shine your light in the darkest times. You make it bright, Life's dream dreams, we're all by your side, You're doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, Shelly, Shelly, you're our light street star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated blues. Never leave and get out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From coast to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight, living it up, feeling so right. Yeah, New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Life stream queen with a million smiles, and she know the love from around the world. Hey, Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Life stream queens with a wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a life stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Happy Thursday. It is 12:03 p.m., February 6, 2025, and I am coming to you from Pennsylvania where everything is covered in ice. I'm Shelly, your mouthy mama, talking trash and truths, and this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. Oh, so we had a very eventful night last night. I'm hoping everybody is out there safe and happy and comfy. Right now, everything is draped in ice, all the trees, the power lines. So if I suddenly disappear, y'all know why. I think it'll be all right though. I fell asleep. Well, I started to fall asleep around 3:30 this morning, and all of a sudden, my whole house starts shaking. I'm like, what the fuck? And then the cat jumps up, and she's all panicked. And you know my saying: if the cat is upset, then I'm upset, because if it don't affect them, I ain't worried about it. But once they pay attention, that's a problem. So she got up, I got up, my mother got up, her husband got up. We were having a lightning storm at freaking 3:30 in the morning, and the whole house was shaking from the thunder. That was the actual, like, the thunder. It was nonstop for over an hour. I've never experienced a lightning storm in February. I mean, if I was in Florida, maybe, but up here, no, never. So it was a weird night. So I'm a little tired. I may squirrel quite a bit. Other than that, everything's hunky-dory. Who we got out there? We got Wolfram dropping links as usual, like they're hot. And our Heidi ho. Wolfram, he wipes his paws, lopes in, and good day to both of you, my Heidi and Wolfram, best mods out there. And we got Pete Digits. Do not touch must be one of the most terrifying things to read in Braille. I didn't know where you were going with that, but I'm not disappointed. How you doing, Pete Dig? How you doing? It's so funny. And we got Snapperoonie. Heidi ho. Ice storms suck. Yeah, they really do. The ice storm wasn't as bad. I mean, I was worried, but now the plow went through. We could see the road again. It's fine. Listen, we got everything we need in the house. I don't have to go anywhere. They don't have to go anywhere. It's fine. as long as it melts, and everything melts eventually. Heidi said covered in ice this morning here too. My doggos were like, "What the hell?" When I talk about this one, were they a little worried when they peed and all the steam came up? Because that happens. The first time that happened to my dog, when I had a dog, he looked at me like I didn't do it. Like that's not normal. I didn't do it. No, you did that. You did that. Uh, and we got Starlight. Hello, honey. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Everybody's saying hi. Do do do. Castro. Castro's over on Rumble. Got Heidi over on Rumble. Castro's on Rumble. Sniperoonie is over on Rumble. Laz. Hi, Laz. Happy days. Saying hi to everybody. And there we go. Look at that. I'm all caught up. As you know, that's the only time that I'll be caught up in chat. Ah, so my brain is kind of all over the place. I had written this show last week, the beginning of last week, and I was really proud of it. It was really good, but it was called Strong Women. And then I wound up succumbing to pain and not being a strong woman. So I had to wait till this week. And I was looking at it, looking at it, and looking at it, and I was still happy with it, but I was like, it's not just for women though. The thing was, I had listened to a podcast that inspired me to write it, and it was about how to identify, traits in strong women, what makes them different, what makes them strong, and how to get there yourself. So I was focusing on women, but this really is for anybody. So I'm going to try to alter as I go through the script, like as I go through my notes, and try to like take out the female aspect and make it more general. Yeah, everybody's just saying hi. So, like, I literally just had this conversation, wondering, because of what I went through as a kid, I was determined that when I had children, I would protect them in all the ways I wasn't protected. And I did that. I was successful in keeping them safe and, keeping them nurtured and loved. And, they didn't have to worry about where their meals were coming from, where they were going to live, if they were going to get, the shit kicked out of them, if they were going to, you know, be violated in any way, if they were going to get bullied, if they were going to get beat up, if they were going to meet somebody who had not good intentions. They didn't have to worry about any of that because like I said this morning, I was their human shield. I put myself between them and the entire world that went on around them. And while that was a good thing to do because you're supposed to protect your children, I think I overdid it. And I think I did them a disservice in not letting them fall on their faces more and not letting them know what true hardship is. Because now, like we discussed this on Tuesday, because of the amount of beatings that I took, my pain tolerance level is crazy high, which is not good because I get hurt and I don't realize for like days sometimes that I'm actually like hurt because I've learned to just, you swallow the pain. You got to push through it. You got to just block it out, block it out, block it out, block it out. So that's what I do. I don't feel the majority of the pain that I should because my brain has decided, no, we're just not going to do that. But over time, that grew over time. Whereas with my kids, they don't have that resiliency. They don't have that tolerance level. I'm not talking about just physical pain. I'm talking about anything. Like the bar is so low for them as far as tolerance, for like, oh, you hurt my feelings or did it, like everything is so dramatic. I know part of it is that he's, 18 and, both of them have that teenage mindset or whatever. No matter how old Katie gets, she's always going to have that. But everything's so dramatic and it's melodramatic. Oh my God, it's the end of the world. Why am I here? Why did you have me? This is your fault. I didn't ask to be born. You pick your argument. Either you asked to be born, you didn't ask to be born. How dare you want to not have me? Like, what offense are you going to pick out of a hat today? And it's just, it aggravates me because they get to voice these things. I didn't do that when I was a kid. Nobody gave a shit what my opinion was. They didn't care if they hurt my feelings. It was like, oh, really? Well, guess what? Get over it. Like, walk it off. But I have to give into like every little forget. And the thing is, like, when I upset them or whatever, and I never know if I'm gonna, I'm the one that walks away upset. It's like they take whatever frustration they have and they throw it all at me, and then they're like, "Do do 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 do," walking away whistling Dixie, and I'm sitting there hysterical crying with the weight of the world on my shoulders. Like, wait a minute, why am I responsible for everything you don't like about your life? Like, I have to fix my own life, even now. That never changes. It just got more complicated as I got older. Like, yeah, okay, I have all these problems. I got to fix them. Well, they're not easy to fix, but I got to figure out a way to do it. They don't know how to do that. They're just, I have all these problems, which I don't see as problems. No, here, you fix it. Well, why do I have to fix your problem? Well, you're my mother. I didn't choose to be on this planet. Blah, 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 blah. Like the entitlement to being, I don't know, spoiled is just, it's ridiculous. I'm trying to like say it and not be so negative about it because I know they're young. I know they're young minded. I know it'll be different. But damn it, like, I understand now why daddy was like, I'm never going to live through her teenage years. There's no way. It's like, mm-mm. Because when you really love somebody, like everything they go through, you feel it. You do. You feel it. I feel every goddamn thing they go through, and it's killing me because I got my own feelings. It's not like I'm going through life, like carefree and like, woohoo, like the world's my oyster or whatever. Which I don't understand that saying. I never did because oysters are icky, but they're my least favorite seafood. Well, they're up there. That, sea urchins, and oh, there's another seafood that I don't like. I don't remember what it is though. Oh, octopus. I love squid. I don't like octopus. And everybody's like, oh, squid is just a small octopus. No, it's really fucking not. It's really not. Really, really not. Like, you go and you taste the difference between squingeal and galamad, and you'll tell the difference. By the way, squingeal is the octopus, even though it starts with an S. And galamad is the squid, even though it starts with the C. Whatever. It is what it is. Who we got in here now? We got T-Rex. He said, good afternoon. Just woke up. You must be on the East Coast. Just in time for a shout out. Yep, just in time for a little dose of me. Starlight. No one's taught me how to do this. Yeah, no one taught me either. I taught myself. That's exactly the thing. That's exactly the thing. And I was talking to Winning and I said, I wonder if it's a Gen X dilemma, basically. Because nobody gave a shit what we did. You were handed the keys to your house and told, don't set the house on fire and don't let strangers in, and bye. And then you were on your own. You had to figure it out. I mean, I had to figure out how, which way to walk home from school so I didn't get jumped or so I wasn't near any like danger areas, because my grandmother taught me and my grandfather taught me, don't walk in front of alleyways. People can jump out at you. They taught me where all the danger, like scenarios could happen. Did it make me a little paranoid? Yes. Did I ever get like absconded off with, on my way home from school? Well, obviously no. So it worked. But that was basically it. Like, I consider it that I raised myself. And I think most of us do. And it made me go the other way with my kids, to over parent, to be there too much, and I just, they're two extremes, and I don't understand their whole way of thinking, because it's like, but my feelings, and My Gen X brain is going, fuck your feelings. Like, who cares about your feelings? But then that little kid in me who nobody paid attention to and didn't care about her feelings is going, oh, my baby, of course I care about your feelings. So I'm very conflicted, guys. I'm very conflicted. But yeah, like I've said it many, many times. If somebody was to drop me and my kids off in the middle of the forest and be like, all right, you roll on your own, go. I'll survive. I know I'll survive. They're not gonna make it. Like unless they stick with mom, they're not gonna make it. My son's smart. He's smart. He's funny. He's sweet. He's very like attentive. You know, he's very generous. He'd give you the shirt off his back, but man, when he gets into those moods, oh, I don't. It's partially me, partially genetics from his father, who's either like this super great guy to be around or the most depressing person you've ever fucking met. And it's just like, all right. I thought maybe he was bipolar at one point, and I was like, yeah, no, he's not, because he doesn't get the highs and lows. It's not that kind of like depression or mania. He's more affected by the things that he reads and things that he sees and conversations he has. It's not like he just wakes up and it just the switch is in a different position. It seems that way sometimes, but no, like his is, from outside stimuli. And I could turn it around. If he was bipolar, I wouldn't be able to change his mood. He'd just keep going because I've dealt with that before with people. Marty was very like that. Zach said, oysters are amazing, as are sardines, which I'm eating at the moment. Sardines. Blech. I put sardines right up there with anchovies, with the alige. And no, they're just too damn salty for me. I don't know. Zach. I worry about you. Watch your salt intake. Uh, Starlight. Like I'm supposed to crawl in my son's brain and figure out what he doesn't know. Do you know how often I'm like, oh my God, why can't I just reach in your brain and make you do the thing that's going to fix this? Because I've told you what to do to fix it. You're not doing it. You want me to do it, but I can't do it. You have to do it. So why can't I just reach in your brain and make you do it? Like, do you know how strange it is to know that you have the ability to manipulate pretty much anybody except your children? Like, I can't manipulate people well once I love them. I just can't. And my kids are the worst when it comes to me trying to manipulate them, even in a good way. Like, I suck at it, man. And it's weird because I could do it with anybody else. But with them, no. It's some weird kryptonite that they've got, like, for me. I don't know. They are my kryptonite. I'm not going to lie. They are my kryptonite. There's nothing you could do to me that would destroy me outside of the people I love. Like, that's it. That will always be the way to get to me. However, should someone stupidly choose to go that route, they better hope they get to me before I realize what they're doing and I get to them, because I will take no prisoners. I am completely ruthless and merciless when it comes to that kind of stuff. I will fuck you up. I will make you wish for death. So let's not go there. But yeah, I just wish I could reach in his brain and go, just do the right thing. God damn it. It's so easy. It's right there. It's so frustrating. So frustrating. Alas, I completely understand. My oldest kid is like that. I sheltered her so much. She expects too much from me as an adult, like it's normal. And I'm like, yo, you're 29. You don't need your mommy. And she acts shocked. It's true. It's true. And he's just like, well, this is wrong with the world. What would you like me to do about the world at large? It's not my fault. Well, you help make it don't start that bullshit. Like, I did not contribute to like the majority of the bullshit going on in the world. I existed in spite of it. I wasn't in it. I wasn't even aware of it. So just no. Yeah, and that becomes a conversation of, well, why didn't you do something about it when it was? Because I don't know, I was busy paying, rent, buying food, for my kids. Yeah, I was busy. Life kept me busy. When they're taking all your money and everything that you do, even to take a breath costs money, all you do is work and work and work and work. There's work, there's a side hustle, there's this. I mean, I was holding down like 3, 4 jobs at a time for like years when he was little, trying to catch up from those 3 years that I had fallen behind because I stayed home with him. I wouldn't trade that for anything. But I had to play catch up for a couple years, and it meant every single waking moment, of which there were many, I had to be working. I had to be profitable. I had to have money coming in. It didn't matter if I was going grocery shopping for the old ladies in my building, if I was tutoring kids after school, if I was baking stuff and selling it like to whoever, if I was doing my full-time job, if I was doing like online stuff to make money here or there. Like I'm not gonna say what I was doing, but I mean it was stuff just to make a freaking couple $100 here, a couple $100 there, because he needs this, she needs that, that. So I mean, I literally worked every single job I could every moment that I was awake. And he's like, well, you have no idea how hard it is, little dude, when you have 2 kids and you're on your own and you live in one of the most expensive fucking places in Jersey simply because you grew up here and you don't want to leave. Like, it wasn't like that when I was little. We had hardships, but we had free time. Once I had those kids, my free time became their time. Everything was geared toward them, and it's not appreciated at all. That's the part that aggravates me. That was my job in life, was to take care of them, and I did my job. Some days were amazing days where everything was kittens and flowers and whatever, and then there were some days where I like, well, we all lived, so I'm gonna take it as a win, because that was the highlight of the day. The fact that I didn't kill anybody, they didn't kill me, and everybody made it through. Like, let's just make it to midnight so we could all go to sleep, and yeah, tomorrow will be different. When you're hanging on, you're white knuckling it through life. They don't get it because I took the pressure off of them. I didn't want them to see that we were struggling. I didn't want them to see me sitting in a bathroom by myself, hysterically crying because the pressure was too high. Because I didn't have the option to say, "Oh, this is too much." I had the option to say, "Oh my God, this is too much." Oh, cry it out, suck it up, and you know, go back to it. Like, let's get right back at it. They didn't get to see that because I didn't want them to. I didn't want them to think, oh, this is what an adult is going to be like. I don't want to do this. Like, fuck this. And now I'm kind of wishing that they could understand everything I did for them and maybe show a little appreciation. I'm not saying get me this, get me, just don't be an asshole to me. How about that? That's the appreciation I'm looking for. Nothing fancy, nothing like no glittery, shiny new thing. It's just, can you just not be a dick to me? How about that? Just show me the respect and care that I fucking earned. Not just as your mother, as your really, really attentive and good mother. I'm tired of feeling like I was a bad parent because they feel like making me feel that way. Well, let's see how you do when you're a parent. Let's see how you do. And I hope your kids make you feel better about you than you're making me feel about me. I and I the thing is, I sit here and I talk about it and whatever, and it bothers me. But I think about this teacher that I worked with when I first started out as a para. I was what, 36-ish? 30, I was about 36, 37. And I was working with this tiny Texan called Cammy. That was not her name. Her name was something else, but she didn't like it. So she decided everybody would call her Cammy. So I was like, all right, whatever. And I remember having a conversation with her during the kids' nap time one day because we had pre-K. and she was young. She was 23, 24. She was very bubbly, this little blonde. Everything was just swell. She's the one that I picked up the y'all from because she was always y'all, y'all, y'all. By the end of that year, I had a freaking Texas twang and everything. And she thought it was hilarious. But we were sitting and the kids were all asleep and we were drawing like different decorations for the room. And she said, my mom called me yesterday and just broke down because I complained that she got into a fight with her husband or something, and she was like, and he was just so mean, and it's almost like he doesn't love me, and I don't know what he's gonna be like when we have kids. And the mother just broke down, and she was like, "Are you kidding me?" She was like, "Do you know what you put me through?" She was like, "You better not complain about that angel of man that you're married to, because he put." She was like, "You are not pleasant." And she was like, "What?" And her mother got into this weird conversation about when she was a kid. She said, I didn't realize how bad I was to my mother. She said, I would come home from high school and I would have an attitude and everything was her fault. And I would just scream at her and yell at her and curse her out and I hate you and da da da. She's like, and I don't feel like that about my mother. She's like, I never really did, but I took it out on her. She said, and I didn't realize until we had this conversation how bad it was. She was like, I didn't know that my mother used to just, okay, honey, whatever. And then she'd go in another room and break down. And my father would come home and he would have to console her. And it was like, it was really draining for her. It aged her. Like she felt like she was, how'd she say it? She said that she was something to do with molasses. What was it? Oh, like she was trying to see through and feel through molasses because everything around her was so like thick and crushing and just suffocating, and it was just too much. Like, molasses is nice, but it makes you sick if you smell it too much, and that was what she was putting her mother through, and she said, "My mother has diaries, apparently, of, well, Cammy did this today, Cammy said this to me today, Cammy made me cry today, Cammy was mean to me today, Cammy blamed me for the." She said she's got diaries and diaries and diaries just of things that I did to hurt her. She was like, "It was never my intention, I don't think, to hurt her." She said, "I would never hurt her now." She was like, "But thinking back, yeah, I was a little, out of it as a teenager. I was very angry, and I blamed her for everything because who else was I gonna blame? If I blamed her, she'd get over it and still love me, but if I blamed somebody else, I could lose a friend, I could, like, make an enemy." She was like, "My mother was safe to vent on." She's like, "And now looking back with everything she told me, it wasn't fair." And she was like, "I'm only telling you this because I was going through, a hard time with Connor." He was like 4 at the time. And it was when the autism like really started. And I used to call him my little demon spawn because he was a monster. But she was like, she goes, everything you're going through, she was like, it's all phases. She was like, I was really, really bad. She was like, I don't even remember how bad I was when I was younger. She was like, but I remember, like, as she was talking, I was remembering things I said to her as a teenager and things I did. She was like, and that's why when I turned 18, I had to get out of the house. She was like, and my parents were like, yeah, sure, anything you need, like, let us know as long as you're not in the house. She was like, and I always wondered why they were like, so yeah, go, be free. She was like, yeah, they couldn't wait to get rid of me because I sucked. I was like, yeah, well. She's like, but again, it was a phase because I totally appreciate my mother now. A couple years later, she's got a couple kids of her own, finally. Um, and I touched base with her on Facebook, and she asked me for like to make a hat for her kid because she had a daughter. And I sent her the hat, and she goes, she was like, you remember when we had that conversation about my mother? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, I get it now. She was like, I didn't get how much it hurts her She goes, I'm with my boys and I'm with my daughter all the time. She's like, I'm on top of everything. I train them. I constantly am teachable moments, teachable moments, teachable moments. She said, and then they turn around and they'll do something. And I'm like, whose child are you? Why would you say that? Why would you do that? Like, where did you come from? Where did you learn that? She said, and I take it on to myself. She's like, I totally get it. She's like, and I totally appreciate the fact that my mother didn't kill me long before I turned 18. She's like, because I don't know that I could take me as a teenager, knowing what I know now. So I thought that was interesting. She had an interesting perspective. But yeah, so it's just so weird because they're so shitty as teenagers. They really are. And I'm just like, if you're this like weak, I guess, or this undisciplined at 18, are you gonna get better? Are you? Because by 18, I was shit. Everything was different for me by 18. Like I was a fully grown adult at 18. I still had, like immaturity issues. But I mean, I was self-sufficient. I could take care of myself. These kids can't. They just can't. Katie has her excuses and everything. She's got her reasons. But even her, I expect better from her. Oh, it's weird. So I said, hey, Starlight, why can't I tag you here? You have some kind of super secret font or something? Yep. And we all know what it is, and we're not telling you. Lady said, our generation overcorrected for the lack of parenting we had. And because we overcorrected, it's biting us in the ass. It's absolutely true. Absolutely true. I feel like I'm like, I put in all this work for you. I was hyper vigilant, hyper committed to being a parent. And apparently I, in usual Shelly fashion, fucking overdid it. So it's like, because mommy's got to be extra all the time. I'm just waiting for the day where he turns around and goes, I'm sorry. Because that day will come. I will pull out his eye teeth if he don't apologize to me one day. I swear to God. I'm like, nope, 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 nope. P digits. I was 6 when my mom began leaving me at home alone. By 8, I had to get myself up, eat, get ready for school, and walk half a mile to the bus stop. They think that these stories that we tell are like, oh yeah, you had to walk uphill both ways through 8 feet of snow. We didn't have it easy. I mean, yes, are we hyperbolic about it? Yeah. But for the most part, like our parents would have gone to jail or we would have been taken away had CPS existed back then because we were so fucking left on our own. I was expected to do fully fucking grown up things by the time I was like 6, 7 years old. They expect me to know how to comparison shop, how to navigate the whole neighborhood so that I didn't get hit by a car, I didn't get picked up by a person or get stolen or whatever, and still get everything on the list exactly as she wanted it and bring back the amount of change and whatever, because debit cards weren't a thing. It was cash only. So I had all these different chores to do around town, not even in my house, because that was her domain. It was, oh, I don't go out of the house. So here, Michelle, you go to all these stores. Didn't matter that I wasn't even tall enough to see over the counter. I'd be standing there going, hello, like, oh, what's the matter, honey? Did grandma give you the list? Give me the list. And I just hand it over and then they'd hand it back and then how much? And okay, take out the money. And grandma taught me, you stand there and you count that change while you're in the fucking store. Because if it's wrong, you're going to tell them right there it's wrong. Because for her, going through depression, every penny matters. That was her motto for life. Every penny matters. But I mean, these are all the things that I had to do. My son didn't go to the store by himself till he was, 15? Because he wasn't tall enough to be seen over the fucking cars. And in Hoboken, there was so much traffic all the time that I had to worry he was going to get hit by a car. Because stop signs, red lights, and corners, intersections didn't slow people down. It wasn't like that when I was little. We didn't have as much congestion. We didn't have as many fucking people. We went from being a town of like 18 to 19,000 people to a town of 55,000 people. That's a big freaking difference. And every one of those people has like 2 cars. It wasn't like that when I was growing up. Things were a lot safer. Or maybe I just thought they were a lot safer. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe because I was young and, ignorant to the world, I just went out and did whatever. They don't have that. They know all the dangers in the world, unfortunately. They see them online all the time. How do you send your kid out in that? Like, my son doesn't like walking to the store here because he doesn't feel safe. I'm like, dude, we're in the mountains. He's like, I don't feel, there's no sidewalks. He was like, I'm afraid I'm going to step on somebody's property and they're going to call the cops on me or whatever. I was like, dude, you worry way too fucking much. Like, he worries about weird shit. It's like, ugh. See, I wouldn't have cared. I just would have went to the fucking store and been like, oh, look, and then went home. There was no anxiety about it. It was just, you just put one foot in front of the other and got done what needed to get done. Do any of you remember being like, oh my God, I have anxiety about going to do that? Okay, am I nervous to go do it? Yeah, I got butterflies in my stomach. That was pretty much as far as we took it. There was no, oh, I'm not going to do it because I'm afraid. No, don't be a pussy. Like, sack up and go do it. Like that was how we were we were raised, because we raised each other. If you think about it, we raised ourselves and we raised each other. So when you have your friends telling you, you know giving you life advice, they're at the same point in life as you are. It's basically just a big group think, like, hey, and it comes down to, well, it seemed like a good idea at the time. I think that's why a lot of us are like that. Why we lean into each other and we're just like, our parents are like, hey, I don't have that much time left. We're like, that's nice. We know, but where were you our whole lives? Like, we have each other. We love our parents, but we don't love spending time with our parents sometimes. It's like, yeah, I love you. I don't want anything to happen to you, but just, what do you want? Like, why are you asking me so many questions? Why are you putting your nose in my business when you didn't give a shit what I did before? Like, I don't know. It's weird. It's funny because, like, you see a lot of the parents that are getting into the ends of their journey, or they're getting into their golden years, and suddenly they have all this interest in you. It's like, what? Why do you want to talk to me now? Like, where have you been for the last, oh, I don't know, 50, 60 years? Because I don't remember you being around. Like, vaguely, you were like in the side, smoking a cigarette, having a fucking Tom Collins or whatever the fuck it's called. Like, having a black and tan. And like, where were you? Because I did everything on my own. So now you want to know? You want to know about my childhood? Because I can tell you about that since you weren't there. There'll be new stories for you. It's just weird. I know I'm rambling. I did tell you I was tired. So I have an iPhone. I can't tag anybody. Yeah, I can't tag anybody on my iPhone. Sometimes this stupid app for YouTube on the iPhone won't even let me hit live chat. It will only show me top messages. It's annoying. Because it takes away the settings feature. I'm like, where'd the wheel thingy go? Like, it was there yesterday and now it's gone. YouTube is retarded. And now YouTube does this lovely thing where they send me surveys like every other day. And it's like, did you use this feature? Please go use this feature and take this survey. And I'm like, they have me so paranoid that they'll shut down my channel after all the fucking work I put into it, that I do all the surveys. So I'm like, fuck it. It's fine. It's fine. It's 10 minutes. It's fine. I don't know why though, because they don't change anything for the better. And stop putting those damn comment boxes in. Jacob, exactly, Castro. But did you die? But did you die? Do you know how, like, the people that I worked with were upset that I said that one day? And there were all these young, like, brand new teachers. And this little girl was like, he said that, and then I bumped my hand, and I was like, but did you die? And she just looked at me. She started crying. She goes, no. I said, good. That's great. Awesome. Go play. And she was like, okay. And they're looking at me like, What did you say to her? I said, but did you die? I was like, she acted like she was dying. Did she die? No. Guess what? It got her out of her funk. She went back to play. Shut up. Like, I was like, I don't know why you're all looking at me like I'm the weird one for saying that. And it's just they're so soft. They're so soft. And our generation is just rough, man. We are rough and we don't we don't take each other that way. We don't get offended by one another because we know what we're saying. We know the stories behind it. We know the attitude behind it. Meanwhile, the younger generations are like, "Oh my god, how insensitive. How could you say that?" Like I'm trying to like not upset anybody, which again, that was not my default. My default is just to say it, so fuck it. But I vividly remember like joking around about parents, like dying because now we're at the stage in our lives where our parents are older. Now it bothers us. But there were times where you were like, and I'm sure you all thought where they'd be like, "Oh, I'll die for you. You'll miss me when I'm dead." And you're like, "I'd like to find out," or you're like, "I don't know what," because you joked about, eventually, old woman, you're gonna die, or eventually, like I used to joke with my mother and say, "Remember, bitch, I'm what stands between you and a nursing home. Like, don't." Like that was the mentality, but it was a joke with a little bit of truth. But we said shit like that and nobody got offended. Nobody thought we were the cruelest generation to ever come across. You say that now, and one of these little whatever letter gen, whatever name they fucking have, anybody like under 30 is gonna be like, "Oh my god, how could you say that? I could never live without my parent." Well, we didn't have that same problem. Like we we weren't parented. We were just born, and that was pretty much it. There was no parenting going on. Occasionally, there was parenting, and, do you guys remember it never quite fit the situation? Like, when you got parented, like, actual parented, it was so awkward because it was so foreign to you. You were just like, "This is but why are you telling me this now?" Like, well, how else would you do the same way I've been doing it for years and you didn't freaking notice? Why are you telling me how to do it different now? Like, why do you care? Leave me alone. This works for me. I don't know. It's funny. I think it's funny. But did you die? Fix your face. Starlight said, I don't know if it works or not. Nothing happens when I type the at. Oh yeah, no. Most of us can't tag, but we just like to tease Ellie whenever she goes, I'm switching to my phone. Ellie can't tag because it bothers her. Someone tell at Ellie Font, my favorite pachyderm. Hello from her favorite block chatter. I don't think she's here yet. If she just unblocked me, I shall promise to behave forever and ever. Amen. Yeah, I can even tell that's a lie. You're so full of shit. Zach without a K. As long as we both shall live without the E. Like what? Liv Morgan? Because she'll be around a long time. Heidi, at Starlight, only the person you're tagging with will see their name highlight. Is that true? I didn't know that. I did not know that. Huh. Hey, Suzanne, what's up? How's Canada treating you? How's Canada treating you? One of my favorite Canucks. T Rex said, I like Galamad, but I don't like eating octopus because octopus are really freaking smart, and I don't like eating things that may be as smart as us. I don't know what to say to that. I mean, I do, but none of it's nice. So I'm gonna. Discretion is the better part of valor. um, Yeah, no, calamari is fine. Squid is fine. Squid are not exactly, well, the squid that we eat, the calamari, they don't exactly look intimidating, but there are giant squid out there that, trust me, they are terrifying. But octopus, I don't know that it's smarter than us. I know that They're great at camouflage and squeezing into small places, but that's about it. P Digit said, "Together I can beat schizophrenia." Listen, there's I I never took that MMPI test in the doctor's office because she was like, "No, it's fine. I already diagnosed you." I was like, "Oh, it's great. Can you tell me?" No. How are you not going to tell me my own freaking psychological diagnosis? Really? She was like, "Do you really want to?" Yeah, I really do. You'll regret it if I don't care. I don't care. When I heard the list, I was like, "That's not true. That's not true. Where'd you get that from?" I was like, "This bitch would make me out to be like I was like worse than Manson. Like I was that level of crazy." I was like, "I don't think so." Like that was one of the first times I looked at, like a doctor, and I was like, I think you're full of shit. I really do. Because most of the things that you're throwing at me are like permanent things, and most of what I'm going through is temporary. So if it didn't exist throughout my entire life, why would you think it's suddenly an issue now? Like that this is something that I have to be labeled. So that's one of the reasons I hate labels. When you tell somebody they are something, they'll conform to be that thing if they're weak minded. And if they're highly suggestible, it's yeah. If you tell somebody, well, you're bipolar, you tell them what you think they're experiencing, and then they go and experience it, and just to confirm it, they're like, oh yeah, that thing you told me, it happened. Never happened before, but suddenly after you told me it was going to happen, it happened. Oh no, it probably happened before, but you just weren't aware enough. You didn't notice it. That's a line of bullshit. That is a line of bullshit. But I see these doctors do this shit all the time. And this one doctor's trying to do it to me. And she's like, you're da, da, da. And I was like, no, I'm not any of those things. I was like, I'm going through a rough fucking patch because I had a rough fucking life. Like, does that factor in at all? The fact that I'm reacting to traumas is not the same as me having this mental condition, this mental condition, this mental condition. Because every mental condition, this gets a pill, that gets a pill, that gets a pill, that gets a pill. Then I got to give you this pill to balance all these pills. And then I'm going to give you this pill because these pills are going to make you sick and give you headaches. I need to give you a pain pill to go with that. So at the end of the day, you have all these different, alphabet fucking conditions. You're, ODD, you're OCD, you're, what is it? MDD, you have this kind of anxiety, that kind of anxiety. Da, da, da. I mean, if I listened to this lady, which at the time I did, I would be in a loony bin. I was sitting there going like, are you kidding? Like, you think all these things are wrong with me? And it bothered me because I was like, according to this bitch, didn't have the mental capability to get up and like blink in the morning. Like that was beyond my functionality. And all these pills, like here, this and this and this and this and this. You got to take this once a day, this 3 times a day, this 4 times a day. I'm going to up your dosage on this. We're going to up this. And then and I was just like, oh my God, why am I taking all this fucking medicine? Are you sure this is going to help? It didn't help. Didn't help. Made me worse. Made me so much worse because then my brain wouldn't function. So I couldn't think analytically. I couldn't think logically. Everything became feelings. And if there's one thing I finally fucking learned, yes, it's good to have feelings. It's not good to let feelings have you. And that's how I was living like 30 years, 40 years of my life. I was at the mercy of my emotions. Now, I still feel all the same emotions that I did before, but now I'm like, no, bitch, let's not overreact. Take a minute, take a breath. Just you're gonna cry? All right, you get to cry for 5 minutes. That's it. Oh, you need to talk about that? All right, you get to talk about it for this much time. That's it. Like One conversation. You're not going to bring it up every like conversation again and again and again. Pick one person to talk to it about, and that's it. Whatever they say, listen, filter it, and either use it, let it go, or store it for later, but move the fuck on. I wasn't like that before. Before, one little thing could send me into a 2-week long depression where I didn't talk to anybody, where I didn't eat, and I didn't shower. Like there were, because everything just took so much effort, so much more energy than I had. And I would just close down. Emotion did that to me. I was allowing feelings to dictate everything. And it ruined me. And I really do believe that it was the medicine and all the labels and everything else, because that was going to keep me going back to the shrink. How come I was off all those meds for 2 months and stopped going to therapy and stopped going to the shrink? Because I didn't need them anymore, because I found this and I started working everything out here and trusting people who have actually gone through hardships like I've gone through. Trusting people who have hearts and want me better. They want to be better. They want to be a part of it. They want to, you know, they want to be supportive and be loving. They're not looking to reach a quota for how many prescriptions they write. They're not looking to, well, I have this many people, this caseload with this many, like bipolar and this many schizophrenics and this many this and this many that. Like, I wasn't fulfilling anybody's quota. I wasn't making the money. I came here, found you guys, and that was when the healing started. Like, that's what it took for me to get better. Me leaning into like the psychiatric field and whatever, that was not beneficial to me. I'm sure it is to many people. It wasn't for me. It made me worse. But I mean, I totally get that. Like, the whole together I can beat schizophrenia. One, it's fucking funny. But two, you have to have you. That's one of the things that makes you strong, is knowing you can rely on yourself and the group that you surround yourself with. That's why picking the people around you is so fucking important. So I said we weren't huggers, so I apparently overhugged him. He's super clingy. He's been told, "Oh no, Starlight." I get that. My son, he walks into a room like, "Can I get a hug? Can I get a hug?" And that'll take him out of any mood he's in. Except sometimes when he's really got him twisted, he's like, "No, I don't want a hug. I don't want to be touched." I'm like, "Okay." And I respect his boundaries, but it's so foreign to me because we didn't have boundaries. Who were we setting boundaries with? Our parents weren't there for us to set boundaries. And your friends, when you're with all your friends, there are no real boundaries because you all have such kismet, like, because you understand one another. I think that's why coming here does so much for me, because you guys get it. You get me. You know what I'm like. You know what I've been through. You've all been through hell of your own. You know what it's like to fight and punch your way through hell and come out the other side and be like, how long you think this is going to last? Like, oh, I'm happy and peaceful. This has an expiration date because what fresh hell is coming my way? We learn to expect the hellish moments. You know, I think that's why we embrace and have so much fun in the moments that aren't hellish, and whenever we can, because that's where we get our strength from. That's where our resiliency comes from, knowing that it doesn't matter what goes on in life. There's a new fresh hell around the next corner. I know there is. So before I turn that corner, I'm gonna have a party. I'm gonna have some laughs. I'm gonna make some memories so that whatever's coming, I have something else to fall back on to boost me back up. We know that. We're prepared. For a generation that never got taken care of, we're very prepared for a lot of things. People don't realize that. These kids ain't prepared. But yeah, we weren't huggers. I never got hugged as a kid. And I learned to equate touch with very bad things. So it's like, so yeah, I overhug. I do. I'll hug anybody now. I really don't give a fuck. Sometimes I hug you nice. Sometimes I bear hug you. Sometimes I hug you around the neck and wish I was choking you, but either way, it's a hug. Uh, no, by that theory, Antifa should be on the menu. What happened? T-Rex said, I like calling my freaking smart. Oh, Lord. Zach. Zach said it. P. Digits follow paranoid people around to understand them better. You're such an ass. Face your fears. If you're afraid of bees, wait, let me go put a beehive on your fucking doorstep. Because that's the messed up shit that our generation did. Oh, you have a weakness? Aw. I'm going to pick on it forever. You know that, right? Like, you're afraid of the dark? Guess what? At the next sleepover, you're going to wake up to an entirely dark house and we're all going to hide in closets and jump out randomly. Like, that's just what you did to your friends. You scared the fuck out of them. You embarrassed the shit. You traumatized them because you love them. That's how we are. I mean, how many times I talk to Winnie and I'm like, I'm complaining about something and he's mocking me horribly. And I'm just like, listen, motherfucker. And he's like, and it's amusing him and it's amusing the shit out of me too, because I know why he's doing it. But that was our way of dealing with each other. We didn't get all, oh, honey, come here, like, oh, it's gonna be okay. What can I do? Like, we didn't do that. We're like, oh, you lost your job. I got a cardboard box in the garage if you want. You can have a whole new house. Just go take it. I won't even charge you. Like, we say fucked up shit like that, but we say it because we know it's fine. That's our way of saying it. It's fine, dude. You're going to get through it. Find the humor in it because this is not going to last. Like, it's going to swing back up. You're going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. I'm not going to hold your hand and be, oh, you poor thing. No, get off your ass, laugh, and fix it. Like, let's go. That's how we were. They're not like that anymore. Now everything is analyzed and everything is, oh, I got to stew in it. I got to look at it from every direction. And I mean, basically, this is what I do. But I'm not doing it about the stuff now because now can go to hell. I'm worried about the stuff from before that I never dealt with so that I could be better in the future. I think I'm a much nicer person now than I was even 3 years ago, but very much more than I was 10 years ago. Jesus. Where I gotta make a dentist appointment. Okay. I had a tooth chip off below the gum line last night. It actually hurts less now, but I'm worried that it'll get infected. It chipped off. How the fuck? What are you eating? Like concrete? Don't eat dirt. If you have a stone in your mouth, spit it out. Don't chew it. How'd you chip the bottom of your tooth below the gum line? That's I mean, if you chipped that, there was a weakness there to begin with. So it might be a good thing that it chipped. You can get that tooth looked at. He did just, if I had 50 cents for every math test I'd fail, I'd have $7.20. What are you taking over for Cap today with the bad jokes? How am I 40 minutes behind? I don't. Time to speed up. FYI, T-Rex, the essential oil clove. Yeah, that's what I put on any toothache. I put clove oil. It works really well to numb it. Just don't get it on your tongue because you won't feel your tongue for like 40 minutes. I concur with that last. We use clove oil. Yep. Uh, definitely look into that. Works, but tastes awful. It does taste awful. If you put it on just one drop on a Q-tip, pull your lip out so that you can see the spot in the mirror where you want to put it, and then only put the oil there. You'll be fine. But don't oversaturate. A little clove oil goes a very, very, very long way. It's very strong. Very strong. Bulldozer, what's up? Hope y'all are well. We are well. We are well. Welcome, welcome. I hear you, T3. I'm still doing it now, raising my grandson. There's no end. There really is no end. It just goes on and on. Um, it's what's in eugenol. Oh, for the teeth, yeah. Uh, I used to use Orajel for my kids, but for me, it didn't work. Like for the if the clove oil is too strong for you, then you can get like the little Orajel gel. I, believe me, Orajel comes in liquid or gels. I would get the gel if I were you. Uh, it works better, but it doesn't work well on me. It works good on my kids though. T Rex said I've been rinsing with hydrogen peroxide and salt water and antiseptic mouthwash for the last 12 hours every 3 to 4 hours. I mean, you don't have to do it that often. You really don't. And if get a cotton ball, take a little piece off the cotton ball, put a couple drops of the peroxide on it, flatten it, and slide it down between your cheek and your gums to the spot that you want, and just leave it there for like a minute, and you'll be good. I can't stand the yeah. My boy makes up for it with the little things, a hot cup of coffee, or he'll make dinner, do the shopping. I mean, yeah, I love my son. He does so many amazing things, but when he really wants to twist them, he twists them. Like, he's one of the very few people who has the ability to completely break me down in like one sentence. Like that thing that I can do to pretty much anybody, he can do to me. And nobody else has that ability. Not even my mother has that ability. But like he can send me into a blind panic. And it's just like, oh my God, like nobody should have that kind of effect on you ever. Ever. It's not fair. Especially when you're not able to, to deal with it, right? Then there's nothing you can do to change it. It's like, why are you putting all this on me when there's all you're doing is blaming me? There's nothing I can do to fix it because I didn't cause it. Like, it's not a fixable problem. This is not a me problem. This is a you problem. You want to blame me, then you're missing out because you're fucking with our connection, our relationship. You're throwing these things out there that, trust me, I'm going to love you unconditionally for the rest of my life, but that doesn't mean I'm going to forget the shit that you're doing. Like, we don't have resentment between us. Don't start that. Don't go down that road. Don't get me to where now I have to be on alert and defensive with you because you won't like that person. That's not the same mom. Like, you won't get mom. You'll get Shelly, and she's a bitch. Because I got to take care of you, but I got to be here in order for me to do that. So in order to be here, I got to fight back sometimes, and you won't like it. Like, I don't know. It just drives me insane. Are you diluting the peroxide? Yeah, I hope you're not putting, like, washing your mouth out with plain peroxide because you're going to fuck up the rest of your mouth. There's too much peroxide and swishing. It'll break up the clotting if there's any bleeding. It can be really harsh. No more than 3 times a day. Hey, Puffer, what's up, my love? How are you? Hope you're doing well. You Michigander. You can make a poultice with frankincense, rosemary, duck butter, eye of nude. But it won't do any good. It won't do any. You don't know that. We're all moms. We know what fixes people. Same here at 7 when I was by myself without my older sister. I mean, we all remember the things our parents told. How far behind is she now? I'm a half an hour behind. Ellie, how are you? It was the same instructions every time they left me alone in the house. Don't touch the stove. Don't answer the phone unless it's me, and you'll know it's me because I'm going to call, let it ring once and hang up, and then I'll call back like later. Okay. So y'all knew That was how they did the long distance because we used to pay for long distance calls. You remember that? Toll calls, long distance calls. We paid for everything on the phone bill. So if my grandmother wanted to talk to my mother didn't want her getting the charge. So she would call my mother, let it ring once, and that was her signal, call me back. So my mother would call back and the charge would go on her phone bill. But if they left the house, the phone would ring once and I go, oh, it only rang once. And then like 20 seconds later, it would, by the time they got the rotary thing going around, they'd call right back and I'd answer, hello. Oh, you knew it was me? Oh, yeah, you only rang once. But it was don't answer the door for anybody. Don't open the front curtains because we don't want anybody looking in and seeing that you're all by yourself. Like, it just standard. Don't play with any matches. No, I don't know why they thought I was going to be some kind of pyro. It was always Michelle don't play with matches. Michelle didn't smoke. Michelle didn't need matches. I was not a firebug. So why? But I think it just made them feel better to say it. But I mean, those were the instructions. Don't open the door. Don't answer the phone unless you know it's me. Don't play with matches. Don't touch the stove. That was it. Other than that, go ahead. Juggle knives, like lick a light socket, stick a fork in an outlet, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Don't burn down my house. That was pretty much it. They weren't worried about me. They were worried about the house. Don't fuck up my house. Don't make a mess. That was the usual one. Don't make a mess because I don't want to have to clean it up when I come home. Okay. You're eating? That's awesome. I haven't eaten yet today. Out in the country, rarely cops are called. A man with a gun will tell you this is no place for you. And I think that's something that he's afraid of. I really do. Because he just, I don't know, he's used to having so many people that you just blend in. So like in Hoboken, he wasn't afraid because there were so many people. He could just put an earbud in and ignore everybody and he would just blend into the crowd. Nobody would notice him. Here he feels like he stands out. And he feels like you need a car to get around here because everything is so fucking far away. He's not wrong, but I don't see him like studying for a test or whatever. I was 5 minutes behind, but I'm fully willing to admit that I didn't grow up and I really understand adult responsibilities until I was like 25. Yeah, but I don't want to wait that long. Damn it. I need him to be a little more, nice now. And in a lot of ways, I'm still working it. T-Rex, I'm 50 years old. In a lot of ways, I'm still maturing. Okay, there's a lot of things I haven't figured out. There's a lot of things that I'm like, is that why I do that? Oh, all right. I shouldn't do that anymore. Things that are common sense to other people never occurred to me because I was busy. I had shit to do. I did not have time for self reflection or, self awareness or introspection. There were chores to be done, there were things to be made, there were people to, like comfort and fix their lives. I didn't have time for me. I didn't have time to fix the shit in my head. Now I got nothing but time. So it's like, all right, since we're stuck here, might as well make the most of it. At least in my experience with my mom is more of a hands-off grandma. She'll call my kids before she calls me. But when we lived close, she was never around. That I've noticed that. Like my mother's very Katie, Katie, Katie. And I'm like, you want her near, you talk to her all the time, but you criticize her all the time. Why are you doing this? Why did you do that? Katie did this, Katie did that. I'm like, you're making her like, oh, I have a grandmother who I can't stand. Like it's so weird. It's like just back off a little bit. Back off a little bit. If you're gonna criticize somebody, why don't you look in the motherfucking mirror? How about that? Look in the mirror, go criticize yourself. Even her husband yesterday, he said, I think you missed your calling, Marianne. You should have been a drill sergeant. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I said, you have no manners. She was like, nobody asked you to pipe in. I was like, well, I'm sitting here. You're having the conversation in front of me. Fuck you. I was like, you are so rude. I was like, do you not realize manners are free? Do I have to teach you like I taught my kindergartners? I said, you don't ask people for things. You just bark orders all fucking day long. And What are you doing? Where are you going? Go do that. I want coffee. Get me coffee. Da, da, da. They watched Jeff Foxworthy last night. They watched the Blue Collar Comedy Tour, which they thought was oh so funny. And I was like, okay, whatever. Like, yeah, it was funny, but it was also funny 20 plus years ago. They're acting like it's new. So this morning I get up and I go outside and she goes, you know what the funniest part was for me? I was like, no, I didn't want to say I really don't care, but that was on the tip of my tongue, man. And she goes, the part where Jeff Foxworthy goes, and my wife, she was laying in bed and she goes, I'm hot. So I got up and I walked over, I got out of bed. I walked over to the ceiling fan light switch and I flicked it on. And as I turned on the ceiling fan, I was like, whoa, I wasn't hot. He was like, and she's on the phone with her mother going, Mama, it's working so good. I just said I'm hot. And he went out and, put on the ceiling fan. And she thought that was the funniest part. And my daughter was like, ha ha ha. And she's looking at me, she goes, what? Why aren't you laughing? I said, because I think it's funny when he says it. I said, I don't think it's funny that that's what you found the funniest. And she was like, what do you mean? I was like, because that's how you are. I said, you constantly telegraph and report on what you're doing, how you're feeling, whatever, so that we all rush to accommodate you. I was like, you're doing the same thing that he's joking about. That's why you find it funny, because it's working for you. I said, that doesn't work on you. You still open your big mouth. It's just, it doesn't work on me, but I think it's funny that that's the part that irritated the shit out of her that I called her out on. I'm so tired of her. I really am. Probably because your brain isn't done growing until around then, T-Rex. That's true. You could still see a pediatrician until you turn 26. Did you know that? I've said it before for the newcomers. I had a friend, Vic, who was a teacher. He sucked as a teacher. I turned him into a really good teacher. And he refused to leave his pediatrician. He said, they told me I can see my pediatrician until I turn 26. Then I have to stop and find a general practitioner. I was like, why would you want to be a 25-year-old man standing at 6'5"? You teach kids. Why are you going to a kitty doctor? Well, because he knows me. So guess what? You're an adult now. You got to get to know other doctors so they get to know you. Because your pediatrician, you sitting in a room with nothing but kids going to see the same doctor is weird. It's weird and it's creepy. Well, that's what you think. No, that's what everybody looking at you in that doctor's office is thinking. Why is this giant dude here by himself in a room surrounded by children? Because this is a kitty doctor's office. Why is he here with no child? That's what they're thinking. They're not thinking, oh, he gets in just under the age limit. No, they're thinking, what is this wackadoo doing here? Keep your kids away from him. Not a good look. It's not a good look. I mean, what if you want? I used to joke with him. I was like, I'll find you a grown-up doctor. If you need, I'll go with you and I'll give you the lollipop at the end. How about that? And he was like, you're a bitch. I was like, no, I'm dead serious. Like, you need to grow the fuck up. What is wrong with you? And I love my doctor. You can love your doctor all you want. Doesn't make it less weird. I mean, who does that? Jesus. But that always bothered me because he didn't see anything wrong with that. I think it's so creepy. Suzanne said, T3, I'm an asshole. Okay. My boy does the shopping, the bill paying, the banking. He can run a household at 16 years of age. He can cook and clean and bake. He can and does do laundry. That's awesome. He can also hunt to provide his family with meat. See, you raised a man. You raised a man. That's a good thing, though. Why does that make you an asshole? This year, I teach him proper gardening and how to drive a car. Then he'll have all the skills needed to make it in life. Yeah. Yeah. Good on you, girl. So, yeah, I wasn't that good. I raised the I raised the soft boy. Not a soy boy, but he's still too Pillsbury Doughboy. Like he's too young in his mind. I don't think I was ever young minded. I really don't. Um, Snipperoon, he said, some Gen Xers have anxiety, something I'm finally taking action on. Parents, doctors, and teachers sure didn't care about that back then, but I didn't die. And that's the thing, right? Like, that's the thing. I know I felt anxiety, but I didn't have opportunity to sit in it. And I didn't have opportunity to give that power over what I needed to do. I had to do what I had to do. Anxiety, fear, it didn't matter. I could be terrified, still had to do it, you know, and then I would do it and it would be done. Like, that's what I try to explain to them all the time. I'm like, you guys have this weird concept of time when it comes to doing things you don't want to do. Sometimes you just got to do what you don't want to do. You got to just, muscle through it, just push through. And believe me, it's not going to take as long as you're anticipating for it to be done. Because once it's done, you're done with it. It's over. You don't have to look back at it. But as long as you put it on a shelf in front of you and you sit there and you stare at it and you agonize over it, you avoid it, it's got a constant presence. And it grows until it's unmanageable. And now you can't. You feel like you absolutely cannot. Not that you don't want to, that you don't have it within you to deal with it because you've allowed it to get so big. We weren't allowed to do that because we were on our own. If you had a problem, fuck it, I got to nip this shit in the bud and I got to squash this here. That's why our feuds didn't keep going on. If you fought with somebody, you went, you fought, you squashed it. That was it. It was done. Nobody's going to bring it up in a week, in 2 weeks. It's going to be on social media. This person's going to keep bringing this up. No, because you say, hey, that beef's over. I don't want to hear about it. It was it. You just drew the line. And people either fell into, place and did what they were supposed to do, or they became the problem. And okay, well, now you're my focus. Good for you. Good for you. I hope you're happy. I doubt you will be. Like, that was just how we were. You took the bull by the horns, even though you knew the bull could skewer you, but you had to do it and it was going to be over. There's always an end. There's always an end to everything bad that happens, everything you don't want to face. But the end only becomes the end when you start. These kids, they don't start anything. And that's what drives me insane. Because it's well, I'm gonna, but I don't know. It makes me nervous. I don't want to do it yet. I don't want to do it yet. I don't want to do it yet. I don't want to do it. Well, yeah, when are you gonna do it? Because time flies. Just do it. You don't like it? Oh, fucking well. What do you think? You're the only fucking cream puff in the world who has to do shit they don't want to do? Who has to put up with people they don't like? Who has to listen to opinions they don't agree with? We all had to do that. Suck it up, buttercup. You are not the center of the universe. That's something I don't think they learn. See, we know. We know we are not the center of the universe. The world does not spin around us. It spins despite us, or sometimes in spite of us. They don't think that way. They literally think they're the center of the universe because we made them that way. I know I did that. I know I made my son feel like he was just my world and everything would come crashing down if he didn't have an amazing day. So I gave him a lot of power over my state of mind, my emotional well-being, and I shouldn't have. But now he thinks like that's his manipulation tool. And at some point he's going to meet, like I said, he's going to meet Shelly and he ain't going to like her. He ain't going to like her at all. But yeah, like I think all Gen Xers experience levels of anxiety that we didn't recognize before because we didn't know what it was because nobody stopped to tell us. It was just like, yeah, yeah, going through this, get over it. Like that was the advice, and that's what we did. We didn't have any alternatives. Now it's all, oh, I feel anxiety, I feel this. I get that. Anxiety had me locked in my house, like to where I would shake, my entire body would shut down because I had to walk out into the hallway. And I was like, what is wrong? This is not like you. What is going on? Like, I always was nervous about going out in crowds and stuff like that. But I was never nervous to leave the house. It was always, oh, I want to get the fuck out of the house. Like, I can't wait to get the fuck out of the house. Where you want to go? Anywhere. I don't care. Let's get lost. That used to be the fun thing for me. I still would love to do that. But for some reason, like at one point, I could not leave my apartment. I mean, I blame the whole lockdown and everything because it really fucked with my head. But I couldn't. I could not touch the doorknob because if I touched the doorknob, I'd turn the doorknob, the door would open, and the world is on the other side of that fucking door. And I couldn't deal. I was terrified. And I shut down. These kids don't experience like real fear. They have all these like big fears of imaginary things or little inconsequential things that we're like I ain't worried about that. Like, oh, but it doesn't matter how I feel, it's gonna pass. Like, I just get busy doing something else. I can't. I'm focused on it. Well, that's your decision. You're choosing to focus on that. Distract yourself with something else. Go be productive. Go for a fucking walk. Go make something. Like cook or draw or something. They don't do that. Elephant said, my dad was always at arm's length, but available. He didn't live nearby, but he was always there when we'd call him before he died. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I didn't have that. I didn't have that. Heidi, at Suzanne, that's not being an asshole. That's teaching responsibility. Props to you for doing so. Exactly. Ellie said he happily showed up for big events. For my siblings that live closer, he saw them more often, but not every day. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. A lot of my friends had parents like that, but then I had a lot of friends that were like 10 years younger than me, and their parents were completely different. Like their parents were super present and like super there, like anything they need. And those are the ones that wound up being mostly like dependent druggies and stuff like that. Because yes, they could live in the world and socialize and everything else on my level, but they still had that mommy and daddy will catch me if I fall mentality. And they fell frequently. And mommy and daddy were there to pick them up and, brush them off, give them a little, bankroll. All right, go ahead, go live your life. Mommy's here, daddy's here. I didn't have that. I did not have that. But they had that and it didn't do them any good. Maybe I grew up with a lot of instability or like mental issues and emotional triggers, whatever. But I grew up tougher. I grew up able to withstand certain things, to survive a lot more. Whereas I looked at these people and I'm like, every time you have the slightest difficulty, you go to some vice. And then you embrace that vice so fucking thoroughly that is now your problem. I never had that problem. Like, yes, I have an addictive personality, but it's not the same. It's not. Because I didn't have anybody to catch me. I could not become addicted to things because I had people dependent on me and only me. Whereas these kids these people, friends of mine that were like 10 years younger, 10, 15 years younger, they had that kind of like going out in the world experience. They did wild shit. But then when they hit an addiction, they totally gave into it because they didn't have somebody to fight for. They had somebody to catch them. They had somebody to keep enabling that behavior to be, repeat and repeat and repeat. They were given endless chances. I didn't have that. I knew you get one chance and because you're the only one doing it for you. Mom's not going to catch you if you fall. She's not going to pay all your bills if you fucking lose your job or whatever. Like, you're on your own, bitch. Fly right. Yes, I made mistakes, but I had to stay in my lane and stay focused because I had people dependent on me. My friends that were a little bit younger than me really didn't. Even if they had people dependent on them, like if they had their own kids, they still had their parents in the picture. It was, oh yeah, I was drunk last night, but that's all right because I just called my mom and she came over and she babysat while I was like puking in the bathroom. How old are you? Like, you're not a frat kid anymore. You're not in a sorority. You're not, in college. You have kids. You need to like man up and be responsible. You could be fun, but don't be stupid. Like, but they always had their parents to come in and swoop in and save the day and cover for them. I think it was very detrimental to them. I do. Heidi thanks. With no parents or granddad, it's all on me to see that he has all the tools. And you've done an amazing job, honey. You've done an amazing job. Harlem is an awesome kid. Elifant, I blocked the twit because he is inappropriate and I am married. My husband didn't appreciate how he was talking, so out of respect, I blocked him. This is also the reason I'm not sub to certain people or watch certain streams. I get it. 27 minutes behind. I'm actually 45 minutes behind. Whatever. I forgot. Oh my god, we're still with the squid from Clumsy. Oh my goodness, the octopus from Clumsy. I forgot. Dory fish. Crap! I dropped guacamole on my shirt. God damn it! Shirt change number 1. That's why you just gotta go to the sink, get the sponge, and do. This way you have a nice big wet spot all over the front of you all day. I love being bipolar. It's awful. That's funny. Fucking Zach. T-Rex. Oh my goodness, a psychiatrist once tried to tell me that I'm bipolar too, and I didn't believe her one bit. Come to find out a few appointments later, I was like, am I really bipolar? They put that seed in your head, and of course you're curious. You go home, you Google it, you start looking up symptoms and different ways to figure out if you are. There's a reason why you should not try to self-diagnose, because if you go down these lists of mental illnesses, you're going to check a lot of the boxes because you're a human being. It's not the fact that you do things that are on the list. They know it takes a certain combination and amount for you to actually be that thing. But as long as you're there and you're like, oh my God, I do that. Oh my God, I do that. Oh my God. 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 You're making yourself crazy by convincing yourself that, yes, this is true. This is what they're saying. This is what they say. Obviously, they're right. They're probably not. I'm not saying they are definitely, but they're probably not. But now they've put it in your head and you will act accordingly. You will adapt. You will adapt to their expectations and their category that they put you in. This is why I have a problem with labels. People put you in a box. You tend to make it so that you're more comfortable there. So you fit in better with the people that they've lumped you in with. And that's not being true to who you are. That's being true to who they think you are. And letting other people define any aspect of you is bullshit. We all do it, but it's bullshit. You don't get to judge me. Only God gets to judge me. You don't get to tell me what I am. You're not in my head. You're not in my heart. You don't know how I feel, what I think, my belief system. Even if I explained it to you, I'm not explaining the nuances or the complexity of it. I'm giving you a very simple overview of my belief system because you don't know what links to this and that and that and that and that. Belief systems are not blankets. They're spider webs. They are massive spider webs that go in a million different directions. They're intricate. They're fragile. They're strong at certain parts. At certain parts, there are gaps that have to be like filled in. But I mean, that's what they are. And you never know somebody's true belief system ever. because you're not in their head. And we have so many internal thoughts, so many subconscious thoughts that we're not aware of. We're not ready to voice because we're not aware of them. They just exist and they influence our actions and, other ways of thinking. But how can you communicate all that to somebody when you're not even aware of it? So yeah, no, we don't understand everybody's beliefs. So for me, when you say, "Oh, well, you're this," I'm like, "You motherfucker!" Like, I may be partly that. That's a part of who I am, but it's not all of who I am. So how dare you make that the majority of my fucking personality? Really? Like, who are you? Or as we, in, bro, who's you? Who's you to say that to me? Who's you to say that to me? But I just, that's one of the reasons why, like, general statements bother me when you're talking about other people. Like, even when you're talking about yourself, you say, "Oh, well, I'm," and then you name whatever fucking letter condition it is, OCD, ODD, whatever, ADHD. I hate it. I do it, but I still hate it because that's literally telling you, okay, this is what the definition of this is. So you're all these things. You might not be all those things. You might be 75% of those things. You might be 25% of those things. But by telling you this is you, they're limiting you. They're limiting your potential to change. They're limiting your potential to exist as yourself, as the real you. And what I really, really hate about it is it's limiting your potential to understand yourself. Because once they give you that definition, they give you that label, and they say, this is you, you're focused on that. You're not looking at anything else. You're not looking at ways to improve. You're not looking at ways to use your strengths. You're seeing that little index card that they wrote all your traits on that they believe you to be, and that's what you're focused on. So if that's your focus, that's your study, that's what you become. And you get stuck there. That's what I have the problem with. I think everybody is capable of change, for good or for bad. I think everybody has great potential. I really do, either for good or for bad. But I think, and this is just my opinion, I think people should be in control of their own decisions regarding who and what they are. I don't believe that other people should be able to come in and tell you, well, you're this, 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 and this. And that's it. When you're, especially at a time when you're confused about who you are, about what you do, about what you think, you're looking for somebody to help you organize your thoughts, not put their thoughts into your head and overwrite your own. Because that's what they're doing. Instead of helping you fix your problems, they're telling you, this is what you are, this is what you'll do. Okay, go. It's not about you. It's about, okay, put a Band-Aid on it, next. Put a Band-Aid on it, next. Put a Band-Aid on it, next. That's it. I have a real problem with that because I think that people can heal themselves and each other, but I think it should be within their own power. It should be their own decision. People should have more autonomy than they have. We've been given away our rights to our own minds for so long. It's ridiculous how much power we give psychiatrists and therapists and everything else. All these, like, just family doctors, whatever. We're letting them tell us what's wrong with us, but they're not listening to what we say. We're not saying, hey, fix me and, like, just tell me what's wrong. This way I can go away and be happy and just be that thing. No, I don't feel good. I don't like this. This is bothering me. They're supposed to give you tools to deal with that. They're not. They're giving you a pill and they're giving you a diagnosis and on your way. And that's unhelpful. That is unhelpful. Late breakfast was delicious. Eggs, sourdough toast with guac, and microgreens. Very nice. Last night we had chicken wings. Well, we had drumsticks done he did them in the oven, but he cooked them all the way through first. And then he coated them in this, like, pepper kind of, I don't know. It was a very hot kind of oil mixture slash rub that he made, and he cooked them at really, really, really high heat all the way up by the broiler. They were so crispy and they were so good. And then when he took them out, he sprinkled Tabasco sauce over all of it, and I was like, oh, my mouth is gonna be on fire, but it was so good. It was so good. Before I go any further, I do have news, guys. Since it went through, I can say it without worrying that somebody's trying to fuck with me or jinx me. But I woke up yesterday and I went to check my student loan balance, which was $57,000 that I owed. And it says zero. It says zero because the government decided that the college that I went to, though a valid college and everything, and the degree is perfectly fine, did not live up to the promises they made to get me to go to that college because they didn't take care of the certifications they said they were going to take care of. They left all that up to me, and just like the student teaching and everything else. So they didn't meet their end of the bargain for me signing up and me having to go get those loans. So, breach of contract, they felt. They denied them any kind of money and they wiped the loans away. They wiped them away. They were like, those loans don't exist. They're in default and we're suing them for whatever. So the government is suing that college. It's like, whatever. But I was like, the only question I had was, but my degree is still valid, right? I was like, because I worked hard for that bitch. And yeah, no, your degree is fine. But I have no more student loans. Yay. So I am completely debt free. Yay. Knock on wood. Toot, 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 toot. That deserved a double spit. But yeah, I wanted to share that because I was so happy. It wasn't student loan forgiveness. They just said, fuck you, nobody's paying you. Fuck you, nobody's paying you because they didn't meet the criteria for the loans. And yet they got the loans given, they got the money given to them anyway. So I don't know how it all works, but they're all gone. So, and I went to several websites to make sure they all said 00000. So, yay! Because that was, I was worried that, if something happened to my mother or whatever, and I wound up with the house, and that they would try to take the house from me to repay those loans. So now those loans don't exist, so I don't have that worry. So zippity doo dah, zippity yay. My, oh my, what a debt-free day. But so happy. So I wanted to share that with you guys. It's like the biggest bright spot in my life right now. And she said, I mean, I think so, but according to the DSM, you don't need all the criteria. Like you're supposed to have 5 out of 7. You only have 4. Yeah, see, that's the problem. They're like, well, you're kind of like this, so I'm just gonna call you that. No. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. It doesn't work like that with a medical condition. It should not work like that with a psychological condition. You don't get to say, you're borderline, because see, there's these 20 things, and out of this, you have to be 15 of them. You're like 11. Okay, my question is, how many of those 11 things could also be applied to several other mental conditions that you could have diagnosed me as, because it's all made up shit anyway. So like, if those 11 things are on other checklists, how come that doesn't? Well, because I feel, so it's your opinion. It's not medically based. It's not provable. It's your opinion that this is what's my condition, even though you're not in my head and you're only getting the answers you're asking me, to questions that you're asking me, questions that are very specific and are supposed to tell you these weird fucking things, but there's no like enhanced context to them. If you, do you brush your hair as soon as you get out of bed, or do you take a shower as soon as you get out of bed? I don't know what that is telling you, but whatever it's telling you is an assumption, because people do this exact same things for very different reasons. So how are you going to say that, well, because you answered this, and this, then you're this? Okay, but I did that, and that because right now my circumstances are different and I have to do that. Before I didn't do that, but I'm doing that now. Well, that's because your mental state is changed. No, no, no. My circumstances have changed. So I had to adapt. So now I have to do these things. So now I'm crazy. I wasn't crazy before. How did I just become crazy? Like, no. See, I freely admit I'm crazy, but there's crazy and then there's crazy. And I am not the latter. Okay. I have seen bitches on the internet go completely hog wild. And I'm sitting there going, wow. Like I thought I had issues. And I'm just sitting there going, dude, do you like not only do you have issues, where's your dignity? Like, where is it at? Because you look like a stark raving lunatic and mean and with the fantastic thinking and like, oh, I'm a superpower and I have fucking angel like fairy fucking dust and whatever. I can't. Like I've listened to them, I've watched them, and I've watched them destroy people's lives. That's the part that gets to me the most. Watching them be so malicious. And I'm just like, wow. I have the power to ruin people's lives. I know that. I'm very aware of that. And I'm very careful not to because I don't want to do that. I do live by the motto, what goes around comes around. I don't want to do to other people things that I don't want done to me because eventually that shit always comes back to bite you in the ass. One way or another, you are taking a dose of your own medicine. There are a million adages and idioms and, like sayings that very cliche, they're cliche for a reason because they're true, that cover this. I don't know. See, I'm going to go off on a million different tangents because when we start talking about the psychological shit, like yesterday I had a conversation with my mother and her husband, and I said, because we were talking about things we should have been, had we known what life was going to be like. And I said, I should have been a therapist. I said, I should have been like an actual helpful therapist. So, because that's what I do. It's what I enjoy. I enjoy learning about the psychology and everything. But my thing is, I don't want to buy into the psychology. I learn about it to make it better. I learn about it so that I can say to people that I care about, yeah, I know they said this, but just hear me out. Like they're saying this, but this wasn't always true. And this part isn't true. And no, you're stronger here and you're stronger there. And, I want to be able to give them a different perspective and not have them feel like they're slapped with this weird condition label. Like, I don't want people to define themselves based on a diagnosis. That's a bullshit way to live. Oh, I have this, that's my excuse. I have that, that's my excuse. It's either your excuse to get away with something or to avoid doing something. I've done it. I'm not, like trying to like badmouth anybody because I've done it. But I realized that I was doing it. And I was like, wait a minute, but this shit never held me back before. I'm letting it hold me back because now it's in my head going, you have this, you have this. They said you're this, they said you're that. You have anxiety, you have anxiety, you have it. I developed anxiety over my anxiety. What the fuck is that about? So yeah, I was very interested in psychology. The older I got, the more interested I got because I wanted to understand how they're getting in my head and twisting what's supposed to be helpful into things that are actually really detrimental to my own stability and mental health and to my physical health. Because if your mind is fucked up for too long, your body eventually catches up with the message. It gets the memo and goes, oh, all right, we're on board. Now you're going to start feeling pain and you're going to have backaches and you're going to have headaches and no actual medical reason for it. It's just your mind is like, we're just not in a good place. So everything needs to suck. And your body cooperates. That's what they do. They work together. Sometimes you got to condition it out of you. Some things can mimic bipolar, like working third shift, too much caffeine. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Or having to be by yourself for too long. It's maybe look into it and see the connection between like bipolar and or bipolar traits, because that's what you want to look for. You don't want to look for just bipolar. You want to look for like bipolar like characteristics among truckers, over the like long haul truckers, and see what you find. Because isolation and the constant change of scenery can do that. Constantly, you're going from like climate to climate, state to state, city to city. The constant change back and forth all day, every day for long periods of time can create a kind of dysregulation of emotions, because you never know what you're going to go into next. And you have to rapidly adapt so much that your brain starts just working on that same hamster wheel and going, okay, like it wants to help you. So it does this thing where it preemptively makes you act the way you would act in that situation before the situation even happens now. So it becomes a constant for you. So it takes less effort for you to adapt. It's very interesting. Look it up. I'm sure you'll find something about it. What the hell? My whole screen just went blank. Did I lose you guys? Wait. No, there you are. What the hell was that? It didn't go blank. It went all black. No noise. Not just boop. I don't know what the fuck that was, but it scared the hell out of me. No, you don't. Stop. If you're not, you are not pathetic, Snipe. You're not at all. You're my little sniperoonie. You are not pathetic. We all go through shit. We all go through shit. Some of us talk about it publicly. Some of us talk about it privately. It doesn't matter. As long as you're willing to look at your issues and you're willing to accept that you and only you can fix that, then you'll be fine. You can be, you know, anxious, but to let the anxiety define who you are, that's when you maybe need to take a step back and go, you know what? I'm bigger than this. Because you are. You are more powerful than anything going on in your head or your nervous system or whatever. Like, you can combat it. It's not going to be easy and it's not going to be instantaneous. Baby steps. Oh, I fucking said it. God damn it.
Baby steps? It means setting small, reasonable goals for yourself, one day at a time. One tiny step at a time.
Baby steps.
It works.
First of all, I don't pay property tax.
I had to. I can't say baby steps without playing the fucking thing. But no, I mean, and you're in the right place. You're surrounded by people here that they're not gonna crap on you for whatever you're feeling. We've all been there. We've all struggled. Most of us are struggling still, but we have that dark humor that is to fall back on. We have our inappropriate humor, and then now we have all the lefties to sit there and laugh at. So I mean that should raise your spirits, because liberal tears are fun. Ellie said, I'm not a diagnostician, but I was going to be. Sometimes shit is just take care of your body, eat, sleep, exercise, and decompress. Yes. Take a breath. Take a breath. Do something enjoyable. Draw something. I used to love to rage draw and to rage paint. And that's when I started really working with clay, because there's something very cathartic about getting your hands dirty and I could create the most beautiful things, or I could just take this lump of dirt and just murder it on the like just all my frustration and punch it and pinch and twist and scratch and cut, get a knife and cut through it and chop it up, or get a hammer and hit it, like get a mallet, anything I wanted, because no matter what I did at the end of my little like session, I could just gather it all up, put it back together, put it back in the saran wrap for the next time I'm aggravated as shit, because it's dirt. No matter what I did to it, it was always going to go back to its original freaking state, unless I, like made something really pretty and then I put it in like the kiln and whatever. But even that, I could still break that down. I could still smash the shit out of that. But it was the fact that I had something to focus on and take all of that out and just, and be like, oh, I feel better. I don't have that now because I have like the tremors in my hands, and my hands cramp up if I try to like exert much power with them. Depending on what I'm doing. Sometimes I'm fine. Sometimes I can punch through a wall and be fine. But sometimes I go to pick up like a fucking piece of lint off the floor and my hand is like, I would have a claw. So you never know. We roll with it. But I don't have that outlet anymore. So now I watch wrestling. That's what Winning did for me. He introduced me to wrestling at a time where I was getting very frustrated and there was nothing I could do, and I was getting angrier and angrier and angrier. And we started watching wrestling, and I was like, oh, so much violence. Thank God. Like, it's funny because my mother-in-law, she's like, I never hear you from your room unless you're watching wrestling with Winning. And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, because then I hear, yeah, fuck, like I'm screaming. And the other day I was screaming so loud, I told Winning, I said, I can mute myself if I'm too loud. He was like, no. Like, why would you do that? I was like, because I'm yelling. He was like, no, it's fine. Like, it's almost like he enjoys when I yell because he doesn't really react too much. Occasionally I'll hear like a little like that little chuckle he gives, but that's about it. I get mad. I get like, and the commentary is funny because it's all nonverbals. Like it's me go, ooh, oh, like, but I react to every single move. But it's so good for me because by the end of that, I'm like, oh my God, I feel so much better. Because I feel like I just beat the shit out of somebody. And I got all that rage and the frustration and everything out. Wrestling can change my mood in 20 minutes. I could go from absolutely like devastated and like down in the dumps, no energy. You put that on and it's a good match and it's somebody I like. And at the end of that, I'm like, yeah, like I'm pumped. I am ready, but I'm better. I have that. You got to find something like that. It's really helpful to have that kind of an outlet. So, I mean, I totally agree with Ellie in that regard. But if it's not related to some crap happening, if you can't control it, then you should talk to somebody. I mean, if it's ongoing and there's no outside stimuli that's doing this, and you can't figure out why you're so down, or if it gets like to the point where you think a permanent solution for a temporary situation is appropriate, then yes, please do seek help because we can't help you there. You need somebody to literally be there in person for you. Don't phone it in. Go see somebody, see a human and talk to them face to face and make them listen to you. Don't just listen to what they have to say. Make them listen to you. Elephant, I really think that I was just a moody teenage boy and my parents didn't really know what to do with me. I mean, I feel you. I do. I feel for your parents. But I mean, I look at my son and I'm like, please don't be an asshole as a man. Like, I know you're an asshole teenager, but please don't be an asshole once you're grown. Because I put so much work into you. I don't let me down, dude. Don't break your mother's heart. Elephant. My mom took me to a counselor when I was a teenager because I was sleeping a lot and kept telling her something was wrong. Turns out I had a huge ass tumor on my parathyroid, and by the time they found it, it had almost killed me. All because mom didn't listen to me and get blood work first. Yeah, always go to the doctor first. Make sure everything, all your systems are running. For me, it was they kept saying, "You don't have a thyroid problem. You don't have a thyroid problem. You don't have a thyroid problem." I was like, "I do because I literally I have no energy whatsoever." It was not depression. It was apathy from lack of fucking energy. But they wouldn't listen to me. And I kept saying, "No, it's something with my thyroid. I know it's something with my thyroid." I, no, no, no. I was like, "You fine." It took until I had Connor for one doctor to say, "You know what? Let me run this different test." And she ran a different thyroid test that they don't ordinarily run. And she was like, "Oh my God, you have Hashimoto's." And I was like, "I have what?" She was like, "It's a hypothyroid disease that, it stops your milk production." That was the only thing that told her that it was definitely a thyroid issue. And that's why she tested me for that. But it took 20 fucking years of them like, "No, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. Drink more coffee." I don't drink coffee. Well, there's your problem. No, stop it. Like, but it took that fucking long. I was 33 or 34 when they finally diagnosed me with that. And that's when she was like, "Oh, we're going to send you for a biopsy." And they found 9 tumors on my thyroid gland. And they're like, "We have to biopsy them." What? Like, "You have 9 nodules. We need to biopsy them." I was like, "All right, biopsy one." No, all of them. All of them. You know how they do it? They do a needle aspiration. Somebody holds an ultrasound to your neck and presses in. So really hard to breathe that way. And then somebody else comes around the other side of them and sticks a needle in your neck and finds the tumor and extracts cells from the tumor. And that's one test. On to the next fucking tumor. And it was like, I was like, "Could we just go back to calling them nodules? Because I really don't like the term tumor. Are they cancerous? No. Then let's not call them tumors. Are you going to cut them off? No. Then let's not call them tumors. They're just nodules." That's like, because words matter. Because telling me it's a nodule, I can go, "Okay, I can treat that. I can do this. I can do that, whatever." Telling me it's a tumor, all that my mind is going, "It's going to be cancer. It's going to be cancer. It's going to be cancer. It's going to be." I can't live like that. I can't live with that hyper awareness that something might happen down the road, because I don't want the universe to hear me and God to go, "All right, well, she insists. So go ahead." Like, all right. Like, she keeps saying it. I don't want to will it into existence. So I don't want it put in my head. So let's not call it that. Because when you hear tumor, you equate it with cancer. And I didn't want that in my head. Language matters. But yeah, they don't listen, Ellie. They don't. You could tell them over and over and over and over, unless you have a doctor who's willing to go that little bit extra and think outside the normal protocols and maybe run a test that they normally wouldn't. You're not going to know. My tests always come back for the T3 and T4, ironic enough, completely stable. However, if you run an antibody test, the test only goes up to the range is like, I think 99. It's like 0 to 99. Anything over 99 is really bad. And mine were 1,000 and an arrow that went up. I was like, "What does that mean?" They were like, "It's off the chart." She was like, "You have inflammatory cells in these things, but no cancer cells." I was like, "I don't give a fuck what else is in there as long as it's not cancer. I really don't. I don't care." "Well, we could take your thyroid out." How much of my thyroid works? 50%. Then leave it the fuck alone. When we're down to like 0, then maybe we'll remove it. But until then, no. No. They had me on Levo for 16 years. And then I took myself off it when I took myself off all the other medications. Do you know there's no goddamn difference? My hair hasn't fallen out. My hands aren't cold. My neck isn't swollen. Like, so why was I on this shit every day? Every day, pill every day, every day, every day, every day. And yet when I stopped taking it, no difference. It's been well over a year. Nothing. No difference at all. I'm not recommending you stop medications that you're on, but for me, stopping the medications was the best thing I could do. It I became me again. And I had lost myself for a really long time. I wasn't acting like me, I wasn't thinking like me, I wasn't feeling like me. I was literally stuck in this endless cycle of suicidal ideation. Like, that's all I thought about. That was the only solution. It was just standing in front of me, just taunting me, going, "Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on." And I almost gave in so many times. Where would my kids be now if I had done that and didn't go the other way? If I didn't have, the support I needed to get off all those medicines that were making me crazy. Why was I taking meds to mask the problem rather than facing it? That's not strength. That for me, to me, is very much about weakness. Lady said, I will not go to a doctor for everyday health again. Big things like stuff that requires hospital stays, yes, but everyday health, never again. All they know how to do is drug you up and refer you to somebody else. That's exactly what they do. That's exactly what they do. I'm much better than I was, so I joke a bit about it. My 20s and early 30s, I was lucky to make it past that time. Oh, Sniper Rooney. I think a lot of us were like that. A lot of us were, our 20s and 30s were rough. And it's always a learning curve. You feel everything more acutely, you feel depression more acutely. You have this whole, I could take on the world and I'm going to do this. And then if you don't do it, it becomes like an albatross, like this stone that you constantly carry, and you just get weighed down more and more and more. Every relationship is another stone, and it's just, you get to that point where you're just like, I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. And yet something happens that you go another day. And another day turns into 2 more days, turns into 3 more days, and then you're thriving. And if you're not thriving for long periods of time, you know that there are little patches of time where you know happiness and you know joy and you know peace. What you got to do is you got to really cement those in your mind, like commit them to memory and use them whenever you need them to remind yourself that the bad shit does not stay around forever. It shall pass. This too shall pass. And good times will happen again. But unfortunately, sometimes the good times are not as abundant as the bad ones. And it gets hard. It gets hard to get through it. It does. Heidi said, I hear you. Subconscious doesn't recognize the difference, though. So I have to tell myself I'm joking when I self-depreciate. Yeah. Usually when I self-depreciate, it's more me just going, yeah, I acknowledge that this is what I have that's fucked up. So I'm going to make fun of me before anybody else does, because then when they say it don't fucking mean nothing, because I said it already. So I'm my harshest critic, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I will never live up to my own expectations. It's terrible. Ellie said, I'm a big advocate of holistic medicine. Yes, she is. People are more than symptoms. Body, mind, spirit, family should all be considered. I've seen ODs and found them better than MDs in that aspect. ODs. What are ODs? What are ODs? Occupational? No. I was thinking like occupational therapist, occupational doctor, but what the hell is an OD? Tell me what that means. Some of yours have emergency dental if you can't pay up front. Also, dental schools give you dental treatments at a discount. Yeah, the dental schools, I do recommend those. It's not always easy to find them, but they're much more um I feel like they're much more helpful because their grades depend on what they do to you. So they're gonna work harder to make it a really good, that they do a really good job because they need to pass those courses. So you're getting new doctors, but you're getting doctors who really, really, really want to do their best because they have to. Um, Arby said, "Hello, hello, Arby." Every time I see you, I'm like, "Damn, I wish I had a roast beef sandwich." I do. I want like the Arby's roast beef sandwich with the melted cheddar or like pepper jack, or maybe even like the Colby cheese with ketchup and horseradish. Because I make like this ketchup and horseradish mix that I always put on them. Oh my god, so good. And a big bowl of like the beef gravy to dunk it. I haven't had a roast beef sandwich in probably 10 years. Easy. Dental issues don't get better. Go to the dentist. It's true. Teeth don't just heal, they fall out or they break or they just hurt. Go to the dentist, especially for your gums, because once your gums go, bro, that is something you do not want to fuck with. They do not come back easily or at all sometimes. At the college I went to, they charged $25. Nice, nice. Uh, I went to a dental school and it wasn't free, but heavily discounted. Heavily discounted, and I bet you they took really good care of you. I like the dental schools because they tend to be like, oh, when you say I don't want to be awake for this, that oh, okay, they'll happily knock you out because then they could deal. You don't know if they're fucking up, but they're trying not to, but they don't have that added nervousness of you watching them and going ah! Like they're like, you want to be knocked out? Awesome, that's great, not a problem. We'll set that up. We got to practice that too. Um, Funny you're talking about healthcare. I decided to, in the end, to talk about Medicare fraud on my live Saturday. Awesome. Um, in looking at you said it's a drop in the bucket compared to Medicare fraud waste. Oh yeah. Medicare sucks. I pay so much money every month for me and Katie, and they don't cover shit. They don't cover a damn thing. Everything winds up being out of pocket. And it's like, ugh, it's just annoying. Puffer said, I had to tell my kids this morning, you got a snow day. Why you guys fighting? You do that, mom will be nasty. Decide wisely because I'm ready to whip some ass. No more fighting. Good. No more fighting. That's it. Just lay down the line, lay down the rules, lay down the law. I couldn't think of the fucking word. That's what my mom said to me. Yep. No more fighting or I'm gonna kick your ass out. You're crying? I'll give you something to cry about. It's like, okay. And like I went to University of Maryland dental school, like 20-ish years ago. They had you sign up for comprehensive, did a treatment plan of your whole mouth, and then categorized them into the ER treatment to minor. They did payment plans. Not sure what they do now though. I don't know. The last one I know that went to a dental school for health was Darth, and it helped him tremendously. You remember when he was like laid out from that fucking I don't know if it was a rotten tooth or just a toothache. It was killing him. My mom used to teach in dental hygiene program. Oh, here at UMD, small world. Nice, nice. Oh, you're a Marylander, Arby, small world. Mm-hmm. At Wolf from Baxter says, "You're a good boy. Wants you to have treat." I live in the communist collective of Maryland. That's funny. I mean, I came from communist Jersey. Or I should say socialist Jersey. Steal from this one and give it to somebody who don't deserve it because then they don't have it. I don't give a fuck. I worked for what I got. I live in Maryland on and off for decades. I moved away for good about 13, 14 years ago when I got married. Yeah, she's a Texan now. I'm late, but I'm here. Hi, Shani. That's all right because I didn't get to I'm an hour behind. I'm working towards leaving one day. Yeah, we all work towards leaving. It'll happen eventually if you want it bad enough. Sometimes I read WAPO, Baltimore Sun, and the Capitol. Changed since I lived there. Hugger buggers, hugger buggers. Let's see how far. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Because pediatricians give out lollipops. Duh, T3. I know. But see, people use that was one of the things about Vic. Like, we were really, really good friends. We were paisans. Our families came from the same damn village in Italy, so we had a lot in common, despite the 19-year age difference. And people used to constantly start rumors. Oh, they're doing this, they're doing that. Rah, rah, rah. And when I found out about the pediatrician thing, I looked dead in my friend G's eyes because G swore that we were banging. And I was like, dude, no. Like, I don't shit where I eat. Like, I was raised, you don't fuck around at work. You just don't. That's a good way to make a hostile work environment and lose your fucking job. Like, don't do that. So I never did. That was a rule I always stuck by. Like, you'll learn I do a lot of fucked up things in life, and I have very very few inhibitions. But when I have a rule, I don't break those rules. Just like I won't make promises that I don't know if I can keep. If it's a maybe, I can't promise you. Even if it's a 90% chance, I can't promise you because I don't want to break my word. My word is everything to me. I don't care what it means to other people. As long as I know that my promises made are promises kept, then I can wake up every day proud of myself. I do. I can go to bed every night, with a clear conscience that I didn't disappoint anybody, you know, just by trying to, like, I don't know, be this be all catch all whatever for them. I forgot where I was going with that, but I have rules. That's one of my rules. But when I found out about the pediatrician thing, I looked at G. I said, "Now do you get it?" And she was like, "What?" I was like, "Now, can you understand that I'm never gonna do this, boy?" And she was like, "Oh my God." And like he got all offended. He's sitting right there when I'm saying this. And she was like, "But he's a grown man." I said, "Exactly. He's a grown ass man who goes to a pediatrician. Do you really think I'm gonna be fucking somebody who still goes to a pediatrician? Really? Really? I mean, not to like blunt it down for you, but no. Like, he's not a grown up yet. He's still a kid. In my mind, he's still a kid. It doesn't matter that we have a friendship. It doesn't matter that we're paisans. He is not on my level. I am not going there. Like, if he still needs to see a kitty doctor, then he don't need to be seeing mama over here. Like, he does not need me to step into like any kind of thing. And she was just like, "But it's just going to see a pediatrician." I say, "Listen to me carefully. He's still a boy. I ain't interested in that." And she was like, "Yeah, but there's not that big a 19-year difference. If he was a grown up at 25, that'd be different. He's 25 and still a kid. And he's happy being a kid. Mind you, he's sitting right next to me and I'm pointing like literally in his face talking about him. And he was just like, "You really think that way about me?" I was like, "Yes, I've told you that many, many times. Like, I can't help it that you don't listen." And he was like, "So you really don't like see me as like, like a dude?" I was like, "You're a guy." I was like, "But I have no interest in you like that." I was like, "There's nothing." And he was like, "So you're like not attracted to me?" I was like, "It doesn't matter if I would be or wouldn't be. You're not in that place. You are in my friend zone. That's where you're staying. You don't get to get out. You're a kid to me. I am your mentor. Yes, we became friends, but that's where that ends." And he didn't seem to like get that. He didn't get that I can't be involved in you because you're not willing to grow up. Like, it's never going to happen, dude. And that's what they didn't get. I had rules. I'm not going there. I'm not dealing with the man child. I had enough men children in my life. I had my son's father. I had my daughter's father. I had Tommy, all motherfuckers that were grown men who never grew up. I don't want somebody who can't be a grown up. I want somebody who's fun, but I don't want somebody who's just fun all the time. Like, you got to be able to take care of business. You got to be the man. And they didn't know how to be. I don't know how the fuck we got on this topic, but yeah, the whole lollipop thing, like, and that's the thing, like, dude, I'm not going to be his reward. Like, if he's still going to the pediatrician, the lollipop is all he's getting. And it's just, it was a whole weird scenario. Ellie, you would have loved and hated Vic in equal measure, because you would have wanted to mommy him, like to mother him, and smack the shit out of him because he was just a failure as a man. And he's the only one in his family who can carry on the family name. So I'm assuming that's going to die out. I really think he's gay. I hate to say it. I do. I think he's gay. Fucking mutant. Thank you, Wolfram. I don't come here, so you share me, right? I'm here because, unfortunately, I find my tribe of survivors who know how to go forward despite everything, and we all have voices. They're my tribe. Oh, Shani. I'm glad to be part of your tribe. Thank you for that. That made me feel good. Puffer said, because finding a truthful doctor willing to help and spend time is a fairy tale, and if it exists at the pediatrician, it's a unicorn. I just think he didn't want to fucking grow up. He just didn't. Arby, suck it up, buttercup, as my mom would say. Yeah, I used to say that all the time. I still do. Same way I was saying, fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a bumpy night. Here we go. We know that, hun. When we share, it's because we like and support others here. Yep. Apparently, I have the nicest, sweetest chat like on the internet. So many people have told me that. You'd be surprised. It flies regardless if you're having fun or not. Yep. That line from Steel Magnolias that Dolly Parton says is perfect. She's like, you realize, everything, despite everything, time marches on. And eventually you realize it's marching across your face. And it's true, because that's the only thing that really shows the passage of time is your face. We know consequence. We ate dirt. Moms didn't even know we had broken bones. It's true. A week later, we cast it. No, I broke one bone in my entire life, and it was one of the, what are they? The metatarsals in my foot. Because at school they dropped a bench on my foot, and I mean, I felt it. Like, it fucking hurt. And I limped around the whole day at school. They didn't send me to the nurse. The gym teacher was like, walk it off. And probably because we weren't supposed to be moving that furniture for him, and that's how I got hurt. But he was like, walk it off. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. So I didn't go to the nurse. I didn't do it. And when I got home, my girl said, something wrong with your foot? I was like, no, it's just my sock turned. Because I was like, don't let her near your foot, because she's going to poke and prod. And then you're going to have to go to the doctor. And I knew it was broken. And then decades later, when I got something stuck in my foot and they did an x-ray, they were like, you have a broken bone here. It healed broken. I was like, yeah, no. They're like, but you could see it's clear. Yeah, no, whatever. It healed though, right? Yeah, it healed broken, but that's fine. It don't give me a problem, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Well, I mean, you could get surgery. It's fine. It's been that way for 40 fucking years and never gave me a problem. Don't touch it. Don't touch when it ain't broke. It healed broke. It's fine. It's functioning. Cool Gamer, what's up, honey? How are you? If you're 18, you should see a grown-up doctor, period. Exactly. I don't think you should be in a doctor's office with little kids. I don't. Like, I got to get back to work yelling. Bye, Arby. Have a wonderful day. I posted this comment. Fuck you, T-Rex. Uh, fine, I'll just skip all your chats and not read yours, and that'll save me time. Ellie, fine. In psych classes, every person in class diagnoses everyone with everything. Not everyone has issues all the time. Yeah, sometimes what you're going through is a very, very temporary situation. To have somebody label you and medicate you based on that is ridiculous to me. It's an atrocity. It's absolutely abusive. Absolutely. You are not your disability or condition. People first language. You are a person first. Exactly. You have, they have, fill in the blank. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that. Oh, well, I have this or I have that, and da, 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 da. And I'm like, yeah, I get that that's somebody told you have, but you're so much more than that. Maybe because I give people more credit than they even feel they deserve. But I think you're bigger than these things. I think you're better than conditions people put on you. You know, you're letting somebody else judge you no matter what, even and you're paying them to do it. So it's like, ugh. Suzanne T3, all that self-diagnosis crap started with Women's Day magazine. Women's Day and Reader's Digest. I read in the Reader's Digest. Oh, Edith. Shit, my mom was a friggin' hypochondriac. Oh, I had a friend Bianca. She was a kid, such a hypochondriac. Oh my god. Every day she'd come in with a different malady. And I was like, girl, you are 20 years old. 20. You shouldn't have shit wrong with you. Oh, I woke up with a headache. Oh my God. It's right behind my eye. And I looked it up on WebMD and I'm like, oh Christ, here we go. It's just like it said that all my symptoms, I probably have a tumor. You don't have a tumor, Bianca. How do you know? Because you were fine yesterday. And I guarantee if you have a little bit of soda, did you eat today? No, eat something. If your headache goes away, not a fucking tumor. I just, well, I have to go to doctor. She had doctors who's like, I don't know how much money her doctor made off of her, but I'm pretty sure he bought a house just on the insurance for like all her visits. Because holy crap, every week she went to this doctor. She had a standing appointment. I have to get blood tests done. For what? So they could check me. For what? For everything. What? Like, yeah, I'm sorry. It drove me insane. Insane. Oh, look, I have a lump here that's a skin tag. Oh my God, is it one of those keto whatever thing? The one of the what? You know, when the scar tissue grows on top of scar tissue and then you have to have it surgically removed, but then it gets bigger. And she knew all these conditions. And I was like, babe, do you go home and instead of like, I don't know, fucking somebody or smoking a bone or something, like, do you just go on the computer and just look shit up that could be wrong with you? You say that like it's wrong. It is wrong. It is wrong. Stop it. Stop it. Go do something 20-year-oldish. Like stop being like 90. Oh my God, I got rheumatism and I got the diverticulitis. I got the diabetes. Like yeah. She used to drive me crazy. I loved her to death, but oh my God. Hypochondriacs are simultaneously the worst and the funniest fucking people you're ever gonna meet. Because everything, oh my God, the air. It, I, th- I think I'm getting COPD. You're not getting COPD. It's a foggy fucking day. It's hard for me to fucking breathe. No, but I think I must get an emphysema. Do you hear the wheeze? I'm like, now that you're doing it, yeah, but all day it hasn't been. Oh God, she made me laugh more than anybody at that school. Shell, what? My back hurts. Your back hurts? Okay. Why? Why does your back hurt me? I don't know. It's just it. I woke up a certain, I felt a certain way, and like I have this twinge, and a twinge sounds serious. Yeah, but no, my back is spasming. It's right here, right here. Well, what were you doing last night? Nothing. We were just chilling at home. I didn't go out or anything. Who was with you? Yeah, whatever the fuck the guy's random name was, because it was always randos. She never had a repeat. And I think the hypochondriac stuff kind of got to them, but it was never like, oh yeah, it's a second date. No, it was first date, bang, and that was it. And when I say date, I mean they came over to play video games in her living room with her, and they banged, and then the next day it was over. Um, Sorry, B. Put your shit out there. But according to you and Rachel, none of them count anyway toward your, total, because they were only one-offs and those don't count. Okay. Um I'll go with that. That does me favors. But she was like, yeah, she was like, we were just hanging out and da da da. I was like, "Did you have sex? Why? Did you have sex?" Yeah. Where did you have sex? On the couch. Were you on top or on bottom? Well, kinda on the bottom. Kinda on the bottom. Well, it was over the back of the couch. Okay. Were you bent over the back of the couch facing front, or were you bent backwards over the couch? Oh, I was bent backwards. It was fun. Mm. Okay. So you were bent backwards over that old ass couch. Was it digging into your back? Yeah, a little, but I mean, we were doing things I wasn't really paying attention. And your back hurts today. Do you think the two things might be connected, or do you still think that you have like cancer of the spinal cord and you're about to die in like a month because you're 20 and perfectly healthy, but your back hurts? So obviously it's fatal. She's like, you don't have to say it like that. I do have to say it like that. I really do. I beg to differ. Like, do you think it's because you got the shit kicked, banged out of you over the back of a couch, turned upside down or whatever? Or do you think like it's some mysterious illness that didn't exist 12 hours ago, but suddenly is prevalent in the forefront of your mind? Yeah, I hate when you do that. I'm like, what? Be right? Sorry. Like, oh, I'm sorry. Did logic get in the way of your self pity and, like downward spiral? I apologize. See, now that is typical me. That is and the more I love you, the more I'm gonna be like, you're an idiot. Um Psych was my favorite class. I love studying psychology. I do. But I study it more to see what is kind of on point and what is like wildly off center. Yeah, they don't tell the schizophrenic their diagnosis. You have a purpose. They have a purpose and push the boundaries for script writing. Big pharma. Yep. They really don't like to tell you your diagnosis, no matter what it is. No matter, mine was like anxiety, depression, and what was it? Anxiety, depression, anxiety, and oh god, what was the other one? It was some kind of mood disorder. I think that might have just been what they called it. They just said mood disorder or mood dysregulation or whatever, because I couldn't get a handle on my emotions. I had like emotional dysregulation to an extreme. And I had no tolerance level left. So it was, I was in a bad place. But when they started like, oh, well, you could be borderline, you could be bipolar. I could be a lot of that. I could be fucking Santa Claus. You wouldn't know. But I'm not. Like, I'm not living this secret life. You're not going to give me all these goddamn diagnoses. Well, we can't really decide. But they didn't give me the test to take either. So it's like you're basing this purely on what I tell you, not your observations. You're basing this based on what I tell you. And what I tell you is what's bothering me in that moment. I'm not going way back. I'm telling you how I feel while I'm sitting there in front of you. That's not really a way to diagnose somebody with something. You have to do a like history of that person, of where they've been. Not just random questions because you're like, oh, I'll skip this one. I'll ask her this one. No, if they're going to do a test, then give me the goddamn test. Let's see what that says. They didn't want to. I was willing. I was willing. Yay, we paid for your student debts. No, you didn't. Nobody paid for my student debts. What the government did was tell the loan company, you're not getting your money. That's wiped out. Nobody paid it. They struck it. They struck that, the interest, the principal, everything. So nobody paid my student debts. Playing art therapy is great. It helped one of mine talk about what was affecting them from what we went through. That's what I want to do when I finish my licensing. Amen. C3, great news. Paid off. Yep. I was very happy. I was like, oh, the college fucked up and the loan company fucked up. And yay, I benefit for once. But nobody paid it. They wrote it off. So it's like, okay. I used to do that at work all the time. Take all the accounts that had like little dividends that like $4. Like, I'm not going to friggin', this was $1 million account at one point. I'm going to call them for $4. Fuck out of here. Write it off. Just write it off. Write it off. Write it off. Luckily, after several years trial error, I found a shrink that didn't approach things with medicating everything. Nice, Heidi. She was amazing for me and my kids. She no longer sees patients. So back to square one if I ever go back. And that's the problem. I had a therapist that I really, really liked. And then the pandemic hit and she dropped me. She just disappeared. She went back to Ohio. She was from Ohio. She just left. She was like, I tried contacting. No, bitch, no, you didn't. I left you voicemails. I left you emails. You never got back to me. I am a star for having lunatic, Shetty said. And not a nice person when I see others hurting people. We know I'm not normal when it comes to my thoughts. That's not true. I think you're perfectly normal. I mean, coming from me, that might not exactly be consoling or comforting to you, but I don't see any of you as being crazy in any way. I see you living your lives, adapting to everything life throws at you in the best way you know how. I don't think any of you are crazy. I really don't. Don't forget that trucker. Have very bad nutrition, lack of exercise. Yes, that affects your mood. You're breathing nothing but that damn recycled air half the time. Tons of fumes. That does get to you, T-Rex. The whole bipolar misdiagnosis was many moons ago. Yeah, but then you have different things now. That's what I'm saying. Like, whenever you tell me, oh, well, I'm this, I'm that, I'm that, I'm that. But are you worried? Maybe at one time you might have been for a while, but is it still the same? Like, that's my thing. It drops the cord out of my. You didn't make my screen go dark. My screen has done the blackout a few times today too. Unbelievable. Like, it's I never know if it's StreamYards, if it's my computer, if it's YouTube. I'm really getting sick of getting booted off of YouTube. That's pissing me off. It really is. It booted me out so many times when I was watching The Lead Attorney yesterday. It booted me off last night like 6 times when I was watching Winning. The more I type, like if I participate, the quicker it is to boot me off. That's why sometimes I'm like, fuck it. I got booted 5 times in a row. I'm not saying nothing. And I go quiet for a while. Then you hear Winning, and Shelly, if she's still here. I'm here. I just, YouTube won't let me talk. I got put in timeout without being put in timeout. Only you can prevent forest fires. Was that good enough? That was as close to the bear voice as I got. Oh, Lefty. Here to bitch that I'm a half hour behind. How you and the eggplant? You doing well, hon? That's good. That's great. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. If any of you have ever seen Jeff Dunham and his puppets, I really do think I'm an excellent combination of Walter, Jose Jalapeno, Ahmed, I kill you, and Peanut. But the majority of my personality is Peanut. Am I pissing you off, Papa? Like, I would totally do that. When he's like, Jeff Papa, Dunham. Like, that's totally shit that I would do just to be annoying. I don't want to be annoying as a person, like just day to day. If I'm annoying, it's because I want to be. Like, I want to be annoying and I want to be the best one at it. You could wear gloves when working with clay. I can't wear gloves working with clay at all. Like, nope. But I mean, you could always tell when I'm going through like a clay kind of era because my nails are so short. They like they're almost painful. They're so short because I just don't want to have nail marks in whatever I'm working with. So I keep them literally as like down to the nail bed as possible. I'm actually painting a portrait of a dog while listening to you. That's awesome, Snips. Snipperoonie. I'm gonna constantly change your nickname. You know that, right? I gotta lurk for a bit, but listening. Okay, Heidi, no problem. Ellie said, I miss art classes. My undergrad was focused on art education until I switched. Oh, that's cool. I do miss creating things. I really, really do. I miss making things, but I got no space here. Like, what was it, yesterday? I don't know. No, the day before, I painted my nails in the living room, like in the front room, right by the window. It was going out the window. And my mother bitches that I don't go out and hang out there and whatever. So I was out there hanging out. She was all the way in the living room. I painted my nails. She starts bitching about, oh my God, that shit's that. I said, see this, I'm just going to go lock myself back in my fucking room because nobody's going to yell at me there. Like, you want me to come out, but then you criticize every goddamn thing I do. It's like, oh, you smoked. Bitch, you smoke 4 times more than I do. And half the reason that I'm smoking in front of you is because you're smoking and it's making me want to have a cigarette. Like, so I'm doing it because you're doing it. Literally, it's adaptive behavior. I'm just mimicking your behavior because you're right here. Because when I'm not sitting there with her, I'm in my room. I'm not smoking. I don't smoke in my room. I only smoke in the front room by the window. Like, but she just one after another, after another, after another. And she didn't believe me. And her husband finally the other day, he said, I went for cigarettes for you, Marion, 4 times this week. And she was like, Sally, you bought cigarettes for Shelly. He was like, I bought cigarettes for Shelly once. Shell, how many you got left? And I looked in my little basket that I keep in this little curio thing to keep it out of the way. And I was like, I got 4 packs left. And he was like, how many did I buy you? I said, you bought 6. How many days ago? I was like, it was 3 days ago. And he was like, so you're going what, like pack a day? I was like, yeah. I was like, last night was bad because I was out here watching a movie with Winning and everything, and it went on for like 8 hours. And so I smoked quite a bit. I was like, but other than that, now I'm down to like less than a pack a day. And he was like, oh, good. And he looked over, he's like, how many are you up to? Dude, she's up to almost 3 packs of cigarettes a day. Full packs. I'm not talking about like, oh, a couple here and there. And she's not letting these just sit in the thing and, like burn away on their own. She's smoking these. And you can tell because she can't hardly talk at all anymore. She talks and I'm like, what'd you say, mumble? Because that's all she does. Like, she mumbles because there's not enough air to push the words out. So I don't know. We got her like, we tried to get her to like cut down with like a vape, even though vaping's not good either. But now she just does both. It's like, really? Really? I have one that does non-stop motion with Legos. Nice. I don't think that's the same. Your boy does claymation. I love claymation. I do like creating that, but I create with like the physical clay. Computers and me don't get along. That's all I know is the boy takes clay and makes works of art with it. So he can take the pieces and then like photograph them and film them, right? And then on a computer he can have them move around or whatever. I did watch Gumby when I was a kid. I used to love watching Gumby because that's where I got the idea for how to like use clay to like get my emotions out. Because if you remember, like he would melt, he would get squished and then just spring back into form and everything was fine. I was like, oh, so no matter what you do to him, he's gonna be fine. Like apparently Gumby was fucking immortal. But I was like, oh, so I can do that. I can build something, I can make something, I can destroy it myself, and I can rebuild it and be just fine. And that worked out really well for me. Suzanne, okay, Shelly, real life colon, gotta run. All right, love you, honey. Have a good one. Tumors and cysts can become cancers, though. I know. It just is. I medically advocate for myself now. When I get my yearly physicals, I tell the doctor what blood test to order and why. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I know they can, but don't call it that because now in my head you're making it like future cancerous. And I don't need that freaking sword hanging over my head. Like I got enough shit I gotta deal with. I don't want to like just tell me you have to get tested every year or every 2 years, and that's what I'll do. We'll keep it in mind, but I'm not gonna focus on that and let that become like a defining thing for me. It's a nodule. That's it. Is it doing anything? No. Then I don't want to hear about it. Like it exists. Oh well. I have the fucking cyst in the back of my head that could kill me one day. Do I think about it? Nope. Why? Because I don't wanna. I'm not gonna sit here and think about the things that could happen. I gotta focus on the things that are happening. Otherwise, I'm gonna miss them. I hear you, Shelly. I have borderline hypothyroidism for decades. Only one MD took it serious and fought the specialist. Yep. I had an endocrinologist be like, "You're fine. You're fine." Obviously not. It took a benign goiter that grew to where I couldn't swallow. It took me having no milk for my son. And they couldn't fix me in time to make me able to breastfeed him. And I tried for months and months and months and months. I went to every fucking La Leche League specialist they had, and nothing. For specialists to take it serious, I had to have a partial thyroidectomy, still have para and right side. There you go. Back to a battle, find another MD like that one again. Yeah, I know. They moved mine out of the clinic that I was going to, and she went and got a private practice in another state. Believe it or not, like she moved completely out of the state. And I was like, oh, because she was an amazing doctor. I loved her. She really cared. The side effect of those damn meds. I'm so proud of you for getting off the drugs. And yes, they may be legal, but drugs nonetheless. I know. It's deprecate, not depreciate. Whatever. I depreciate. My value goes down the minute I leave the lot. If I stay in the house, my value stays the same. But as soon as I step off the porch, it's immediately I get devalued. OD, doctor of osteopathic medicine. DO. Oh, okay. Oh, phrasing, Ellie. It's do Shelly. Well then, I didn't know you cared. Yep, and I told Dart to go to the dental school. I remember that. Don't eat where you shit. Good rule. It is a good rule. Men grow up since when? They do. You're a grown up. I like men who are grown, but they still have the ability to have that boyish glee, to enjoy things in that really boyish way. Like one of the things that I love about Shithead is that he's a ball buster. Does it annoy me sometimes? Yeah. It's like sometimes I'm like, I'm not in the mood. And he's just like, oh well. Like that's you. It sounds like you, bro, not me, bro. And he'll just keep going until eventually my mood changes or I hang up on him. But which I don't do because he don't like it. But I like that he gets a kick out of being a pain in the ass. Like he likes to bust chops, and the giggle that I hear, like that chuckle when he really lands one that aggravates the fuck out of me to the point where I'm cursing in Italian and I hear the whole like that's what I'm waiting for. That makes me happy because I know he's the most serious goddamn person most of the time, but he's got that one little mischievous Loki streak in him that I adore. And I look for it and it always makes me feel better. And I think that is what makes for a strong, healthy man. Somebody who's they're serious and they're strong and they're determined and they know what they have to do. They have very set principles and values and but yet at some point they turn into like the 13-year-old with fart humor and just that poke, 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 poke. Ah, she lost her temper. Ain't she cute? Like they get a kick out of that little malicious, mischievous glee. Just a little bit. There's just a strain of it. I think it's really sweet. Like I think it makes them more well-rounded. I do. But I like that. I don't know. It's weird. I just remember the other class I liked in undergrad, child life. I thought about doing that at one point, child life specialist. That'd be cool. I really enjoyed child development in college. I did. I enjoyed learning about like the different stages and what to give them at certain stages to, make them more resilient, make them rebound from, hardships a lot easier and stuff like that. I really enjoyed that, knowing where they were mentally and intellectually so that I could teach them better because I didn't want to teach above their threshold because that would just deteriorate their self-esteem. That would make them feel bad about themselves. I was promoting enjoying education. I was promoting that come to school and learn stuff. It's not just facts. You're going to have fun. You can do this. It was a can do kind of attitude. And I never wanted them to like be down on themselves. So learning how to talk to different ages was very helpful for me because it gave me an insight that I didn't have before. I had kind of put them all on like this just kid level. And instead I had to scaffold, which really helped me to teach. And it just helped me be a better person for these kids. It helped me really get to the root of problems that they were having and fix them in a way that they needed them to be fixed, not in a way that other people decided that if that was their problem, they would fix it. So, okay, but you're like in your 30s and she's 5. You can't fix your problem and her. It could be the same fucking problem. You can't go about it the same way. She does not have your capabilities. So back the fuck up and let me handle this. Like that was just how it was. But yeah, I love that. I love those courses for that reason because it gave me such an insight that I just didn't have before. T3, I have questions for you about that loan discharge you talked about earlier. Ironically, I got a voicemail about borrower defense DC just before I went into lurking mode, but my phone didn't ring. We'll DM you later. Okay, honey. Your best bet is to check the federal student aid website and see what they say. They'll send you messages in there or they'll change it, but we'll talk about it later. I'll be happy to help if I can. I'm not sure if I'll ever go back to my career unless they change the DSM. Yeah. I don't agree with it right now. Also, I like genealogy better. I would happily finish my certification for that. That'd be cool. It's really hard to be in like the psychological field now because so many of the things that they're saying are okay, many of us are not on board with. It's why I couldn't stay in education. All the different things they said, no, you're going to teach this and this and this way. No, I'm not. What? Because I don't believe in that. Like, because all of that is bullshit. Why are you putting this shit in kids' heads? Like, why are you only focusing here? Where did the history go? Where did science go? Like, where is like your normal? Like, can you teach them how to write? Well, they type down. Eventually, they're gonna have to learn how to use a pen. Like, I don't want to hear. Oh, they type everything. Really? They type everything. Are they walking around with a printer out of their ass? Like, eventually, you have to learn how to write. No, it's not really a priority. Well, it's a fucking priority for me. So we had definite discrepancies between what they thought was important in a curriculum and what I thought was important. Like, their reading literacy was not their focus. They just wanted them to be able to read the word and pronounce it. It didn't matter that they didn't comprehend the meanings behind the words, because they were going to change the definitions anyway. It's a lot easier to change a definition when the kid doesn't know what the real definition is to begin with. So you start off with the bad narrative. So they didn't want comprehension skills. They didn't want writing skills, because, oh God, no, you can't have the ability to go against us in writing. Oh no. Like, but now we have AI. So they just tell AI, they're like, oh, good, it's thinking for you. By the way, here's a free AI that you all can use in school. We're going to have the school use just this one because it's biased in what we want it to be biased in. But you can trust it. It's perfectly safe. Yeah, it's perfectly safe for your kid to go, I need a report on this. Okay, and it's going to print out everything with that biased information, that biased viewpoint. And then that kid grows up with that biased viewpoint thinking, well, the AI did it. That's, it scours all of the internet. It takes all the information. No, it doesn't. An AI is a representation of whoever the fuck programmed it, whether you want it to be or not. The only kind of fair way I could say is if you had like 100 people of all different like belief systems or whatever getting together, maybe then you have everything in there. But whoever created that AI is creating the direction that narrative is going to go in. And your kids are sitting in school going, oh, well, they said we can use this one. This is the school AI. They bought it. And I wonder why. I wonder why. It's free. Mom, it's okay. It's free. If it's free, you're the product. I have a problem with that. Won't ever go back. Kids and hubby come first. Yeah. Taxpayers paid for the discharge. It's not a discharge. It was a strike. They erased it. They said, you are not getting that money. That's it. They just wiped it off the face of the planet. There's no free luncheons. Come on, I know that. I know that. But it wasn't the government that gave me the money. I'm not gonna get into it. Gumby and his horse pal Pokey. Oh, I forgot that's what the horse's name was. That's funny. Defense discharge is handled differently than the other. It has to do with, under law, a student may have a borrower defend to repayment if the school engaged in certain misconduct. And the problem is the school with the loan company guaranteed that I would be able to be certified and everything upon completion of my degree. That was not true. They gave me everything for the degree and then left the certification and the student teaching on me after graduation, which is not how that works. It's not how that works. So they got me to go to their school under false pretenses. They didn't live up to their promises. Those loans were taken out because I was going to that particular school. They were the ones who offered me the loans to do, I think it was Sally Mae or whatever, and then Sally Mae got taken over by Aidvantage or whatever the fuck it was. But those loans changed hands many, many times. And the principal was just growing. I mean, there was like $12,000 in interest on there. And I had a deferment plan. I wasn't scheduled to pay those for 16 years because they estimated I wouldn't be able to make a payment for 16 years. So I was just going to sit there and accrue, add up all that interest. And the government said, no, they didn't meet it. So nobody is paying that loan. They're going to have to write it off. And that's what happened. They wiped out the loan. Nobody paid it. It got erased because it was an illegal usage of my information to get me on the hook financially. Like, they made promises that they knew they couldn't keep. Holy shit, why did I get caught up? Shelly, life specialists are basically medical play therapists. That's nice. They're hospital play ladies. They help sick children in hospitals through play. See, I love that because I think that kids learn and heal a lot through play. I don't think that your standard sit behind a desk and do this kind of thing helps kids. I really don't. At some point, yeah, in little bits and pieces, but you could work that into a play scenario for kids. That's why I really enjoyed teaching tools in the mind. It was all learning through play. That's why I like the Montessori approach. It was learning through play at a certain stage, and you would level up, level up, level up, level up. And if you found yourself struggling, you go back a step, try again. Like maybe you didn't hit one of those foundational blocks the way you could have, and you just need a redo. So refresh it and then you go forward. I enjoyed all that. I think learning through play for little kids, through dramatization, visualization, I think those are the ways to go because if you're not creating a memory that sticks, the chances of the information, number one, being understood correctly, or number two, being retained, are very low. And when kids play, they remember what they're doing. They remember the rules. They're better at following the rules. They learn to take turns. There's so many different things that kids learn when they're playing and they're not aware because they're having fun. And that's always been my approach whenever I taught. I made it fun. Just like when they say, oh, well, you have to read them this. They don't want to read this fucking story. All right, fine. I'm going to stand in front of them. We're going to make a circle. And I will act out this entire fucking book every freaking time. And that's what I did because that's what they remembered. They understood the stories because if there was a part in the book where somebody got scared, I would scare the shit out of them. They'd remember it. They remember the character. They remember how they felt. They remember what the character, they postulate on what the character was feeling, what they were going through. They expanded so much more than just sitting there and listening to me read a story. Like they became a part of it. They were active in it. And it was so nice to watch them come alive and just be like, oh my God, I get it. Like they get so excited and they go home and tell them it wasn't work for them. And the next day they'd come to school and be like, are we reading more of the story? Yeah, we're going to read more of the story. When you guys settle down, whoop, like everybody would just sit. Like everybody, boom. Like, you want to talk about classroom management? I excel at classroom management. There are teachers who have no classroom management skills. You hear them screaming and the kids are just wiling out, hanging from the fucking lamps, whatever. I used to walk into a classroom and I'd just be like, what's going on? Whoop. Nothing, Miss Michelle. And they don't just go about their business and do what they were supposed to do because you don't want me coming in there. I will take over your classroom. It's my way or the fucking highway. But I was also the one that they would all run to have fun. Oh, we want to play like math games. All right, go get Miss Michelle. Like, because math games were fun for me. I would, make big deals. I was always super, super animated with the kids because I didn't understand how they could have teachers that were so boring. Oh, I'm tired. So the fuck what? You have 5-year-olds. Like, can you not feel that energy? Are you not hyped up? Yeah, I was tired too, but they're like, you got to up your game to keep up with little ones. So, I mean, like you and Les, like Ellie and Les, that they're home with little ones and my hat's off to you because having them confined in the house and trying to teach while they're bursting with energy is so difficult. And it's so draining. It's energizing and draining at the same time. So, I mean, kudos to you because I don't think I could do it at home. I do better with large groups. But I love the idea of child life specialists, like what they do. That's amazing. Lefty said back to 280 subs. Wee. Listen, my subs, they go down by 5, go up by 7, go down by 2, go up by 4. I don't get it. YouTube just likes to fuck with me. My parents are actually going to see Jeff Dunham live next month. Oh my God, that's so exciting. Oh, make sure to tell your dad to have a great time. Oh, tell him I'm so jealous for their wedding anniversary. Oh, that's awesome. I remember back in elementary school, my fourth grade teacher would read us the Boxcar Kids books as a reward for being good. And we wouldn't get to hear the story if we were bad. Yeah, hey, I'm all about reward systems. All about the better you are, the more cookies you get. But you're bad, no cookie for you. No cookie for you. You gotta be really bad though for me to not give you a cookie. All right, so today it was supposed to be the power within, recognize and practice strength. Like I said, I wrote this for women, but it really it's just right across the board. So let's jump in. So accountability. Um, One, accountability and being responsible during hard times. This is a hallmark of somebody who is a strong individual. This is somebody who asked, what can I do to fix this problem? Rather than, why do these things happen to me? Like that whole why me person, that's somebody who is not really interested in fixing the problem. They want somebody else to feel bad for them, come along and fix the problem for them. And I can't. I got no respect for those people. I hate to say it. It's terrible, but it's my show, so fuck it. I'll say what I want. I hate the whiny people that just want to be victims. I hate it. I hate it. Everybody in their life at some point goes, "But why does this keep happening to me?" But you don't normally make that your main dialogue. And often you say it to yourself, kind of, because you're wondering, what the fuck did I do to deserve this? Like I've said it. I've said, who did I kill in a past life for this bullshit to be happening now? Because I didn't do anything in this life to deserve this crap. Like I just didn't. So what the fuck? And I'll look, I'll be like, God, we need to have a talk because this shit is just too much. Yesterday, I told Willie, I told Winning, because my mother came out, she was being annoying, and she aggravated me. She walked away. I went in the bedroom, and I was on the phone with him, and I was like, "Oh dear God, give me patience, because if you give me strength, I'm going to jail." Like, it's true. Don't give me the strength, give me the patience. Just please, dear God, hold my tongue, hold my tongue. Mm-hmm. Like, I just, but yeah, but we've all done it. We've all said, oh my God, why me? But it's the people who that's all they know how to do. That's all they know how to say. They get on my fucking nerves. Uh, Ellie said, I read Boxcar Children to my kids. So they said, why didn't they just go with their uncle? I said, I know, right? They could have avoided a lot. See, my kids, all my kindergartners love the Magic Tree House. And I love the Magic Tree House room because there's endless books. I mean, there's so many stories. And you could knock a book out a week, but have all those books made into lessons. So I would make centers for my kids. There would be the dramatization where each one we had the art one where they would make the prop. So each person got to pick a character, like you pick the character name out of the center box, and that's the character you create. So they can make a drawing or they can make like a 3D like popsicle figure or whatever. And that became the prop that they moved on with. Each group, I would have like 4 to 6 centers, and I'd have 4 to 6 kids per center, and they would rotate through the centers. So the first one was you go and you create your prop, you take your prop with you. The next is the dramatization. So you're going to act out whatever scene you pick out of because I'd have different scenes written on paper, and they could pick a paper out, and that's the scene they did. And then the next time, like they would do that, I had a little egg timer, turn it over, 2-3 minutes, depending on, how good they were. And then they would switch. The next person they would just hand their character like to the left, like clockwise. So everybody got to play out all 4, 5, 6 perspectives of the story. so that they weren't stuck as just one character. They got to see the story from different angles and be different people. And then from dramatization, they would move on to visualization. Well, how are we going to fix this? What do you think comes in the next chapter? What follows this? What came before, what they're going through now. What do you think the next chapter is going to be? What do you think the, after effect or whatever? So they would have to extend their thinking on what they knew and then come up with the scenario. And then they would write it down real quick. And somebody would write down, real simple, like, they find treasure, or they get upset, or a ghost finds that, whatever. Like, just one sentence, just tell me just something that you think is going to happen next. And they would sit there and talk to one another and like really flesh this story out, and they would come up with like wild things. I'd be like, all right, just pick one. If you want, like, you could all write down your own, but you have one main thing, you're working together, which that encouraged, team building and whatever. Write down on one, or you could do your individuals, or you could do both. I had kids who would do both. They wanted to give their own opinion, and they wanted to give the collective opinion. And then there was, other different things. Like, there was another literacy center, there was, a math center, whatever, but it was all tied in. And there was always something in the story that related back to it. Like, I would love if they had like, they would mention like a unit of measurement that became my math center. If they mention, oh, well, we're looking for a medallion that's 4 inches long. Okay, so then here's your center. This is a block that is 4 inches long. Make me a list using either words or pictures of all the things that you can find in this center that are the same size. And that's what they would do. And because that's what I wanted. And then the next day, it would be, find me things that are smaller than the 4-inch medallion. Find me things that are bigger than the 4-inch. This way they learned all these different things, but they were having so much fun looking around and drawing the pictures. They didn't realize they were learning compare, contrast, categorization, sorting. They didn't understand that they were learning measurements. They were learning scale. They were learning how to differentiate between different size things. They were learning superlatives. Which one is the smallest? Which one is the biggest? What does smallest mean? Like, they didn't get that. They were learning all this in one go. And it was such an easy fucking flow for them. And then they took that program away and they were like, no, we're going to give them essays and laptops, and we're going to give them math quizzes in kindergarten. And so my kids stopped learning. And I stopped teaching because I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't. We went from a perfectly developmentally appropriate, scaffolded program that made these kids feel good about themselves. It was engaging. They learned, how to deal with other people. They learned how to see things from other perspectives. They weren't so myopic in everything they did. They weren't anxiety riddled. They weren't bored. They were active. Everything was tactile. They had all their senses stimulated so that they were open to the optimum amount of learning. And they just did away with that. And they were like, no, we're going to put a computer in front of you and dumb you down forever now. And it broke my heart. It broke my heart. It still breaks my heart. You can, I can't hide how disappointed I am in education, because it was so good and it went so terribly wrong so quickly. And I was powerless to stop it. The last place we lived, the library had multiple clubs and activities every day. They did book reports, and she shared the magic tree house with the craft pack to take home. They got felt dinosaurs to sew. Aw, that was one of the homeschool group activities. I had them make a diorama out of a shoebox with their felt dinos at the scene. Aw, that's so cute. I used to love dioramas. The shit that these kids would create and bring in. I'm like, literally, like, if I was in school, I would have had like a shoebox with a couple like strings hanging with some planets and be like, here you go, there's a solar system. That's it. That would have been the We did an underwater one for sea life at one point, and these kids came in with there was moss and seaweed and like there's hanging fish that are swimming through. They had like saran wrap backgrounds, and they had that blue Elmer's glue, like they had ponds of that and everything, and they had things floating in it. And I was just like, oh my God, they were so intricate. I made a huge deal whenever we had dioramas. We would have diorama day, and every kid got to get up and present their diorama if they wanted to, because some didn't. Although none of them ever backed out because I'd encourage them strongly. Or I'd go up there with them. I'd be like, can I try? And like I would purposely like point out the different things in their diorama. If they didn't want to do the presentation, I would do it, and I'd make mistakes on purpose, because if there's one thing a 5-year-old is good at, it's correcting you. It gives them balls of steel. And I'd be like, yeah, so this fish right here, that's a marlin. That's a shark, Miss Michelle. It looks like just let me do it. No, see, this is a marlin has like a long, like, so, okay. It's great. You got to trick kids into doing shit. But yeah, diorama day was always my favorite day, because the shit they used to come up with. Oh my God. Perks up. Did somebody say dinosaurs? I'm a dinosaur. You sure are. You sure are. You just sweet dinosaur. You are. All right. So you have people who, one of the things to look for in strong people is people who hold themselves accountable rather than be dismissive or turn themselves into victims, so that they get assistance. Assistance is a very vague way or colloquial way of saying they want the shit done for them. They don't want to be the one who does it. What's great is being told they need a diorama at 7 at night. Oh yeah, I used to love when my kid would come home and be like, "Oh, I have this due. When? Tomorrow." It's 10 o'clock at night. The art projects though wouldn't be so bad. They're not nearly as bad as, "Oh, Mom, by the way, I signed you up to make cupcakes for the party." What party? The party we're having tomorrow. You signed me up to make cupcakes for tomorrow. It's bedtime. Like, I can't go anywhere. How do you know I even have stuff to make cupcakes? Well, I know you have stuff. You can make them from scratch. I mean, you're not gonna make store, but like you're not gonna make box cupcakes. Really? Okay. Like, and how many did you sign me up for? 4 dozen. Fuck you. Like, and they have to be different colors. And I need them to be frosted, and they can't have gluten, and they can't have the. Oh my God, I used to hate that. I'd be like, dude, I went through that with Katie. I was not going through it with Connor. I told Connor in pre-K, any party there is, if you sign me up for food, I will disown you. And he was like, well, what do I sign you up for? Napkins, paper plates, and cups. That's it. That's all. And I kept napkins, paper plates, and cups specifically for school in the hallway closet. I kept like a box of each of them, so I never ran out. Oh, there's a party tomorrow. There's napkins in the closet. Go get them. I signed you up for forks, motherfucker. That was not part of the deal. Cups, plates, napkins. That's it. I love teaching my children. Oh, first of all, Pupper said, yeah, swordfish will be this fish with the sword in its mouth. That's when you get the friggin' like you just print out a picture of a swordfish and you color it blue and go, here you go. Cut it out and hang it up. There's your swordfish. Fuck you and your project. Ellie said, I love teaching my children. My favorite moment was the first time they read or wrote their names, and I taught them that. I was so proud. Yeah, I'm right there with you. First time Connor did that, I was like, oh, I taught him. Because when I taught him, I wasn't teaching yet. You know, I didn't have that job. That wasn't something I was looking toward. Figured I'd go back to accounting. But teaching him showed me that I really, really enjoyed that. So when that opportunity sprang up out of nowhere, I was like, yeah, all right. I used to love making poster boards because I would print out a bunch of stuff and cut out the different letters, and I would use word art because my handwriting was bad. Oh, T-Rex. See, and collages, I hated collages. I hated doing poster board. I hated any of that. Whenever they would say, go and make a collage, I'd be like, do you understand what kind of magazines I have in my house? Do you think my grandmother's going to give me money to go buy like up to date popular? No, I have like, I have Italian magazines. That's what I have in my. I have Reader's Digest. I have Star magazine. That ain't gonna help. Like we didn't have this stuff that like the other more white bread people had. We were Italian bread people. They were white bread. Like I didn't have People magazine. I didn't have In Touch or whatever. Like I didn't have any of those. Like none of the popular magazines. Like, what was it? Glamour? Nope, didn't have that. Mademoiselle didn't have that. What's that? Oh, the one that used to give all the sex advice, not Penthouse. It's a regular magazine. Oh man. Come on, chat, help me out. There was a really popular, like mainly women's magazine that always had like the glamour tips, sex tips, but it was like extreme. What the hell was it? Not Vogue. That's fashion. Oh my god, it's on the tip of my tongue and I can't think of what the fuck it was. Not Mademoiselle, not yeah, it definitely wasn't National Secret. Cosmopolitan. Thank you, Wolfram. That's what it was. Cosmo. That's why I couldn't think of it because I was thinking of the nickname, the shortening. Like, we didn't have any of that. We didn't have Cosmo in our house. Like, none of that shit made it over the threshold. If it wasn't like helpful or some kind of household thing or just a celebrity rig, it didn't make it into my house. It just didn't. My grandmother did not allow that kind of shit. I had romantic books, like I had romance novels because I would go to the Five and Dime, and yes, I'm that old that we had a Five and Dime. Ours was McCrory's, and I would go up there and I would buy like the Harlequin novels that were on sale for like 25 cents. And I would fill my book bag with them, and then I would sneak them home and I would put them away like in like the back of like the closet or whatever. And I would read them, but I wasn't allowed to read them, but I read them like every day. That's why I'm as fucked up as I am. But if my grandmother ever found them, oh my God, she would have hit me over the head with them. She would have burned them in front of me. That's one thing, but she definitely would have hit me with every single book, regardless, as soon as she found them, whether I read them or not. But yeah, Cosmo doesn't help. Cosmo is full of bullshit advice, just for anybody who don't know. But Cosmo was not allowed in my house. That was a dirty magazine, sorry. Cosmo, People, what was it like? Oh, what was the other one? She didn't like People because it wasn't the same as Star. Star was kind of like funny, and it had like a lot of like this awards dinner, and they saw them like it just had a lot of pictures. It wasn't a whole lot of article, so it wasn't sex filled at that time. It was just celebrity gossip, but kind of like tame celebrity gossip. So she liked that one. We had the TV Guide. None of these things were conducive or helpful to making a collage. None of them. And so it would stress me out, man. They would say that they're doing a collage and I would cry. Oh my God, I would cry. And the teacher would be like, I can't do the assignment. Why? Because I don't have these magazines. And finally, like one of the teachers figured out if I'm going to give these kids a collage to do, because I wasn't the only one in that bucket. Like a lot of them were raised like me, and we didn't have that stuff in our house. She was like, all right, if I'm going to give them a collage, let me bring in all my magazines. So she like cleared out, I don't know how many doctor's offices, but she had stacks of friggin' magazines, and we were allowed to do the collage in the classroom because it was not going to happen at home. But yeah, I hated those T-Rex. I hated them so much. Anything with a poster board, I hated because it's very difficult to carry a poster board to and from school without fucking it up. Even if you roll it up. It's just cumbersome. I used to buy Pop Team Bob. I used to have Tiger Beat, but that was only in my mom's house. Like because my mother lived in Hale, and I was only with her on the weekends. So I would get Tiger Beat, and there was another one. Oh, it doesn't matter because all of them had Johnny Depp on the cover. Every fucking one of them for like years and years. And if it wasn't Johnny Depp, it was John Schneider because he was Bo Duke. Like, and if it wasn't him, it was who else did they used to put on there a lot? I hate to say it was mostly like Johnny Depp, Ralph Macchio, the Fonz, which I never understood that one. The man is like in his fucking 40s and you're trying to sell him to whatever. I missed your what? No, I'm going back. StreamYards decided to just keep going. Puffer smile. And people wonder why mom snap. You don't sign me up. I sign me up. Exactly. T-Rex said, in a different life, Shelly, I could completely see you being a school guidance counselor and actually doing it the right way and trying to help the kids and not being an arm of CPS unless necessary. I only ever called CPS literally 3 times. And one was because the kid had a broken bone and I had no choice. Another was because there was another one coming to school with roaches crawling out of his clothes. And then there was the one that I wound up buying shoes for because his feet were completely rolled up in his sneakers. They were like 6 sizes too small. And I bought him new sneakers and his mother took them away and put the old sneakers on him. She put another pair of old sneakers, I should say, because I threw the other ones out. And she kept doing that until we got into a huge fight. And I had no choice but to call CPS because she was going to wind up like killing this kid from neglect because he wasn't cute like her other kids. He was cute to me. I thought he was adorable, but she had picture perfect kids and he was not. And she treated him really, really badly. Really, really badly. It didn't help that she didn't like his father. But yeah, I don't like calling CPS. I don't think they're helpful. I don't. I think they're more trouble than they're worth. They do more damage than pretty much anybody. You know who else does cutout writing? Serial killer. T-Rex is the Unabomber in development, currently under construction. Oh my God, we're gonna find him out in a shed in the middle of Montana. Just la 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 la. Oh my goodness. Someone in my family, I can't believe I'm 3.5 hours in. I didn't fucking touch on the goddamn subject. Someone in my family signed us up for National Geographic Kids. They've come in handy for projects. We weren't allowed to have those because they had naked pictures every once in a while. My grandmother thought it was dirty. I mean, it didn't matter that I could walk out into the gas station. I had my pick of Penthouse, Hustler, porn. What was it? Playboy. What was the other one? Viva. There's another one. It was almost like Biggins, but it was just like a Jugs magazine. It was just all tits. I mean, the guys had a lot of dirty magazines in the gas station. Stop making me go work in the gas station if you don't want me to like literally stumble across them. I was going to say come across them, but that would have been a very bad choice of words for that topic. And gross. Cosmo doesn't help. But I mean, it would have helped like with certain like words and stuff because it was a really glossy, vibrant magazine. But yeah, no. I was stuck. We didn't have magazines. That's what used to get me so upset. It's like, how can I can't do what you want me to do, dude. Like I can't do it. I don't have the means. I would do it for you, but I can't. Oh my God, I'm so thirsty. Bop. Yeah, I used to take the posters out and put them up all over the wall. See, I didn't have Bop. I didn't miss your funny comment. It was hilarious. I went back. I like to laugh. Yeah, no. Well, it was Tiger Beat is the one that I used to gravitate toward the most. But yeah, there were I had the pull out one of Johnny Depp with the jeans and the white shirt with the white scarf wrapped around his head, I believe. I had that was up on the wall. I had John Schneider up on the wall as Bo Duke leaning back on the General League because, hey, damn, those pants were tight. His jeans were tight. Like, I'm sorry. I don't know how they didn't split their fucking pants whenever they went over the front hood of that car or when they threw themselves in the window of the General Lee. How did they not rip their jeans? Because those fuckers were tight. Like, I could see their pulse in those damn things. Now sometimes I look back and I'm like, oh my God, their jeans are so tight. I'm actually uncomfortable. Like, I'm actually uncomfortable because I can't not look. So funny. Made me good at drawing. Teachers had to suck it up because I was poor. Oh, honey, you're so funny. Tiger Beat and Team Beat. Yep, I wasn't allowed to put anything on my walls, much less posters. I was allowed when I had the small bedroom. When I had the bigger bedroom, I wasn't allowed because the space on the wall was for Jesus. I know. It's like grandma was like, "Here, enjoy, your very young ages with, your Grease poster." I mean, this was my mentality. I had a picture of John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John in their like end costumes for Grease. And then right next to it, I had a picture of Eric Estrada and the blonde from Chips because I had a thing for the blonde from Chips. And I still don't remember his name. And right next to that, I had a picture of Kermit and Miss Piggy because the Muppets. Because why wouldn't I? And then I had a Star Wars poster. So that's pretty much I was an eclectic kind of kid. But that was my whole thing. But when I hit how old was I? I think I was almost 10 when they decided my uncle bought his, new house or whatever and um he moved out. So I got the big bedroom and I wasn't allowed to do anything in that room because it was all the, her original wedding furniture. All the walls were white, and the only thing that was in there was statues of saints and pictures of Jesus and crucifixes, and it was just like "Oh, good, let's let her have fun when she's little," and then just, like, traumatize her and surround her and make sure she knows God is watching. Yes, I'm aware. Like, I was telling Winnie, I don't have any crucifixes in here. I have no statues, I have no paintings, I have nothing in here that's religious except like a couple Bibles, and my rosary is hanging on the wall, to ward off whatever comes in through the door. But I don't, and I feel weird. I feel weird without my little, infant of Prague statue. That I've had that statue forever, my entire life. My son broke it. And broke it to the point where I could not repair it. So that's gone. So I don't have that. So I feel weird. I don't have my picture with the Jesus with the flaming bleeding heart. Like I don't have that. I don't know where it went. It just disappeared in the move. It's not downstairs. It's not up here. I can't find it, but I don't have it. So I don't. I used to focus on that in my room. I don't have it anymore. I don't have a statue of Saint Michael. I don't have any of this stuff. So it's like I feel so odd. Like it feels so bare in here without it. And yet when I had them, I would look at Saint Michael and be like, stop watching me. Like what are you staring at me for? Because I really felt like they were just eye on target, eye on target. Anyway, I wasn't allowed to put anything on my walls. I got around that by the time I was like 14 or 15, and out of spite, I put a Bobby cartoon poster on the inside door of my closet. That was the thing to do, right? If you had doors that swung out, we didn't have that. I had the track doors, the double doors, and you slid it from one side to another. There was no point putting something on the inside. I couldn't open the damn door, so it sucked. In college, it was different. I had the same doors, and I would like decorate one door and then open the closet so you like if my grandmother came over, she couldn't see. And then as soon as she left, I'd push the doors back into their position. All of a sudden, look at all that stuff on that door that was hidden. It was great. It said, I'm not picking my nose. I'm pointing at my brain. That's what you picked to put on the closet door. That's fucking hilarious. Just alrighty. I'm not picking my nose. I'm pointing at my brain. Alrighty. That's like me giving you a finger and saying you're number one. My favorite story, Shelly, is about the one little girl who did all the sports and you let her have the snack because she was cranky. She was a hangry girl. They could have avoided so many problems with her if they just figured out bitch is hangry. She needs fuel every 2 hours. Just give her a fucking snack every 2 hours. Some kids have that kind of metabolism. She's highly athletic. Feed her. Like, I don't want to do shit for you if I'm hungry. And if I'm super, super hungry, yeah, I'm going to destroy your shit, mine. I don't care. Give me a goddamn Snickers. Before winning has a fit. It's just saying Snickers because of Wolfie. Unless they start making organic Snickers. Shenny, I got to run errands. So huggers all my buggers. Maybe see you tomorrow on Saturday. I will definitely be stopping by your chat, honey. Thank you for coming by. Love you. Mwah. Be safe out there, okay? Who remembers Bobby's World cartoon? Oh, now I know who that is. Howie Mandel. Okay. I remember now. Thank you. I needed that extra little nudge. Oh, when she said Howie Mandel, it clicked right in. You still had to say come across. I know, I had to. Listen, Snipperoonie. Okay. There's many, many things that I shouldn't say, but I'm going to go ahead and say them. I'm just going to give the disclaimer beforehand. It's very rare where I just go, yeah, I'm not going to say it. I'll say I shouldn't say it, or I'm going to say this way. But the reason I'm saying this is because originally I wanted to say this because I'm not going to let it go. I don't like to edit. I just don't like to self-edit. And it pisses me off that I have to do that. Oh my God, I know exactly which poster Johnny Depp you're talking. Right, girl. That was such a good poster. He's laying there and he's laying on his like elbow. He's got the one arm like kind of like cocked back, and he's got the one leg bent. And he's so hot in that picture. Oh, I'm literally looking at it in my mind like, oh, yes, please. He wasn't like fresh faced. He had like that rugged little like goatee, like that little beatnik kind of goatee. He was just such a pirate hippie kind of whatever. Like oh God, he was so hot. He's still hot. Oh, it's getting hot in here. Anyway. Lady Autumn Sky. Me either. That was the rebel in me watching cartoons I wasn't supposed to. Yeah, the rebel in me used to sit there and try to look through the static at the movies I wasn't supposed to see. You know, where you held the dial a little bit. Not the remote. You went to the physical TV and you knew if you held the dial, put a little pressure to the right or the left for a couple seconds, the static would like completely go away. All that snow would go away and you'd get a semi-clear picture and sound. So you had to make sure the sound was always all the way down so nobody would hear you. And you just keep pressing, press until you got like, and you'd watch like 10 minutes of the movie and be like, why do I have a headache? Gee, I wonder. I don't know. But yeah, that was how I rebelled, by watching movies I wasn't supposed to. I didn't understand them, but I knew that I wasn't supposed to watch them. So that's why I did. Perfect said, I get it now. Yeah, what? What do you get now? Oh, the Johnny Depp poster or the whole being a rebel? We all rebelled in the weirdest fucking ways. All right. Acceptance of responsibility with purpose, not blame or victimhood. Somebody who is strong sees problems as issues to be resolved rather than use them to draw the attention of others for sympathy or a transfer of responsibility. This changes the mindset from spectator to participant in life and with an active role in shaping one's own path and destiny. Recognizing that you live in a world that you can't control, where you make the decision to control your reactions to what life throws at you, is a sign of strength. Asking for support shows a willingness to trust others and to do whatever is necessary to resolve an issue. Strong people don't shirk their role in mistakes. They acknowledge them, they own them, they see them as opportunities for growth. And just by doing this, this garners respect and trust from other people who recognize that this is an example of this person's integrity, honesty, and sense of responsibility. It gives you a really good idea of where this person is value wise when something like that happens. If somebody does something fucked up and they go, you know what, that was on me, I did that, I'm going to make up for it, I'm going to fix it, and I'm not going to do it again. And then they follow through, they walk the walk after talking the talk. Other people look at that type of situation and go, wow, they really like that. That was cool. It's cool that you owned up to it. It's cool that you're trying to fix it. You know what? Good on you, and if you do it again, or if we see you going down that path, we're going to help because we like you. We think that this is something that you could avoid. We're going to help you recognize that you're repeating the pattern. We're going to help you recognize that this is a path you're going down you didn't want to go down, and maybe together we can stop it and avoid it. That's the type of person that you want to be. That's the type of person who shows strength but isn't overbearing. They're not somebody who's just like a dictator. They're not somebody who's, absolutely rigid. There's somebody who other people look to and say, hey, you know what? You're trying really hard. I'm going to help you. But they don't enable them. What they do is they promote and encourage them. So to me, that's a much better direction to go in than victimhood. Victimhood only shows you a willingness to shift blame for some type of temporary kind of like reprieve, an avoidance of consequences. Like when you don't want to have to deal with shit and you don't want to have to feel the burn of something that you've done, you claim victimhood. It creates an environment of limited autonomy. It actually strips you of personal power. When you claim victimhood, you are giving yourself over to the idea that something is too big for you to handle, and that's just the way it's going to be, and you can't do it. So, oh well, that's just the new normal. That's letting circumstances define who you are rather than you defining your circumstances. Strong people shape the circumstances and their life as it comes at them. People who like to, swim around in victimhood always have an excuse as to why whatever's happening isn't their fault, but poor me. Like, poor me, somebody take care of this. This is always happening to me, and I didn't bring this up, when you know that your choices did. But you're not willing to see it that way. You'd rather say the world is against you. Owning our actions can be strengthening and inspirational to family, friends, and your community. When you accept responsibility, it can be contagious. Other people can follow your example. That's what life is all about. And when you speak the truth, even when it's uncomfortable, that's a huge show of strength. Speaking the truth requires courage, clarity, and a lot of self-awareness. It's more about integrity and showing a consistently open nature than just being honest. Like, just saying the truth here and there or whatever, like when it benefits you, is not a show of strength. But to consistently do it, even when it's hard to admit, or it's something difficult to explain, or if it's embarrassing or whatever, that shows a real sense of bravery. Maintaining a standard of truth shows that no situation is an exception to the rule. Like, you see everything as it is rather than how you wish it to be or how you wish other people to see it. So even if it's, not leaving you in the best light, but you're still speaking that truth, that shows a real sense of personal strength. It shows you know who you are and you're not going to compromise for anything. Compromise in that bad way. Like, you're not going to be compromised, I should say. It demands a degree of personal risk, because there's fear of resentment, fear of judgment. A commitment to the truth can be very uncomfortable and embarrassing for people, but it's the only sure way to avoid, like, making your problems bigger down the road. Like, if you constantly push something off and try to cover up for it, the truth is there. That's why they say the truth will out. The bill always becomes due at some point. Somebody's always got to pay the piper. And I mean, I have these sayings for days. I literally speak in metaphors and shit. But when you're always like putting it off and putting it off, and no, that's not true. If you're in denial all the time, you're not facing reality, you're not dealing with reality. Eventually, reality will face you on its terms instead of yours. So why not control the situation from the beginning? Just face it and get it over with. And once it's done, it's done. Like, that's it. And somebody who has real inner strength is somebody who's not afraid to face the consequences and truth of the world they're living in and the world they've created around themselves. Like, they see the truth in their environment and they call it out and they own it and they say, you know what, this sucks, but it is what it is. Like, this is how it is. This is what I got to deal with. But they know once they deal with it, it's not going to crop up 10 years down the line and somebody's like, you were a liar. You said this. It's very easy to have a good memory of the past when you deal with the truth of it. If you're going through life with a little lie here, a little lie there, a little lie there, 20 years down the line, you might meet somebody with a fucking better memory than you. And they remember when you said, and you're like, I never said that. That never happened. You said it happened. Like, did it not? And then you're like, oh shit. Because they're going to remember it as a truth. It's a fact in their mind. For you, it was just something that you made up on the fly or whatever you were committed to back then. But there's so many things that have happened since then, you're not necessarily going to remember it. So why do it to begin with? Yes, details do get mixed up. People can mix up their details in truth because memories are not, perfect. But it's a lot easier to keep to the truth of what happened if the truth is what you put out there to begin with. It's hard to remember fabrications because they didn't happen. They didn't leave an impression. When you face the truth and you talk the truth, that's something you've actually experienced. That is ingrained. It's burned into your memory. So, the truth is used judiciously, not spitefully or maliciously. Yes, so a person who's strong will use the truth for good purposes. They're not going to use it to bring somebody down. They're not going to use it to make somebody feel bad. And we're not talking about the government. That's a whole different animal. But we're talking like person to person. You're not going to use the truth as a weapon for the most part. Like, you can, but a strong person uses the truth to make the situation better, not to make it worse. Presenting the truth with tact, understanding, and compassion builds relationships that grow in trust, or at the very least, They grow in authenticity and have an element of care, and harm is never the intent. And this is evident in somebody's actions when they address issues directly rather than letting them fester and grow. And they deal with them in a very discreet, non manipulative way. It takes courage to present truths that you don't know the reaction to beforehand. So basically, if you're going to tell the truth and you don't know how that person's going to react, and yet you tell them the truth anyway and kind of like hold your breath, that takes a lot more courage than most people give, credit for. Rejection is not a nice thing. Nobody wants to face rejection. Nobody wants to face the anger or ire of somebody else. And when you don't know how a person's going to react to something, well, you're more hesitant to talk about it. Somebody who's truly strong in character and personality, they're not going to care what the, fallout is going to be, because the important part is getting it out and putting it out there, and let the chips fall where they may. If you're going to have to deal with it, you're going to have to deal with it regardless. There's no escaping it. You could put it off, but that's not going to do anything but make it worse. So it does take a lot of courage to face something when you're not sure what the reaction is going to be. Another thing is being in uncomfortable new situations rather than languishing in comfort and familiarity is a way to experience personal growth and to show your inner strength. Facing challenges head on, when there could be triggers for fear of failure, embarrassment, and whatever, shows personal determination and a boldness in action. So in other words, it shows you have balls. Like, strong people openly embrace situations regardless of their fears, and sometimes they do it literally in spite of them. They have a willingness to step outside a comfort zone, and it shows remarkable strength, courage, and awareness that safe isn't always favorable to creating a better situation. Also, the ability to maximize your potential is very limited when you only stick to the safe parts of life. If you stay in your little safety zones and nothing ever upsets you or worries you or causes anxiety or causes you to have a fear of like failure or whatever, then you're stagnating. You're literally you're in a rut, and eventually that rut will wear on you so much that you become apathetic and depressed and whatever. And it's really not a good look for you. You're not growing. You're I guess you could almost say like you're metastasizing. Like you're not growing in a positive way. You're actually becoming more rigid and more closed off. Great strides require great change and courage. Strong people set boundaries as well, and they set them without apology. I'm not good at that. I'm going to tell you, I am a very strong person, but I am not good at setting boundaries. But a strong person sees boundaries as a declaration of self-respect, not selfishness. They see it as a way to alert others of their needs, their values, their responsibilities, as well as their level of emotional maturity. Boundaries work to create more authentic, durable relationships, as your true sense of self and principle are clearly defined, minimizing trauma from disappointment and unmet expectations. It's not selfish to express your needs, to draw a line that should never be crossed, because without boundaries, one is open to outside manipulation and to being taken advantage of, and for others draining your energy and years of your life sometimes. Like, if you're giving somebody your time and energy and they're just using it up, and you don't set a boundary, so you're not getting anything in return, you're not getting that energy back, they're overextending, what they're taking from you. All of that leads to a breakdown in you. You're the one that suffers. So to show strength, if you set a boundary, You're not saying, "Hey, I'm bossy. I need things to be a certain way." What you're saying is, "Here are my boundaries because if we go without these, I'm not at my best. You're not going to get me at my best." And it's hurtful toward me. It's damaging toward me. So you have to tell somebody, "Hey, these are my boundaries. We're going to work within this boundary. And if you can't do that, tell me now, because I need to know you're going to be one of those people that's not going to respect what I need. I'm willing to respect what you need. You're not willing to respect what I need. So we need to figure that out, and I need to make a decision. Do I keep you in my life and hope that you change? Or do I start to cut ties now because you're never going to change, and this is not a good situation for me. This is not going to lead me down a good path." If you're open about that with everybody and you make sure people know that you're not setting boundaries to be a bitch. People love to say that. "Oh, she won't do that because she's such a bitch." No, it's because she does not want to do that, and nobody should be made to do things they don't want to do. You don't know if she's got a trigger for that. You don't know if that's something that has burned her in the past. You don't know if that's something that she's physically incapable of doing. Like, you don't know, because it's not your job to set boundaries for somebody else. It's your job to set your boundaries with that person and to respect the boundaries that you and they set. That's why it has to be a discussion. I don't like when people are just like, bam, that's the bottom line, and I'm never moving from that. How about you discuss it? Because what you are saying might be perceived as something completely different. And when it comes to boundaries, you do not want miscommunication. The best thing a strong person does is they are very clear in what they want, what they're willing to do, what are deal breakers. And it's not just about what other people have as boundaries. They have personal boundaries themselves. They're like, "Listen, I would love to be able to do that. I can't allow myself to do that because that's not good for me. It's not a good place. It takes me to a not good mental place. It takes me to a not good emotional place." You have to be able to set your own boundaries as well. That's often harder than setting boundaries for other people. Ellie, yep, you don't grow when you're comfortable. It's true. If you stay in your safe zones your whole life, you're always going to be that same person. And we all know people like that. That person that you went to high school with that is exactly the same at 40 years old, 50 years old than she was in high school. Exactly the same. Same hairstyle, same clothing style. Like, you're like, "Okay, 1982 called. Can you give it back?" Like, they want all their shit back. But you all know somebody like that. They're like, "Oh, she's timeless." They make the excuse, "She's timeless. She's a classic." Like, no. Are you encouraging? You're like, "Oh, hell yeah, girl, rock that 80s." Like, this is not somebody who has moved forward in life. They're uncomfortable trying anything new. And so they cling to their heydays. They won't say, "Oh, I'm grown older." They always want to be young. They always want to like cling to it because that was when they felt they were at their best. I think we tend to get better as we age, and we might hurt more. Things aren't as, like, I don't know, soft or firm or whatever adjective you want to use. Things are different. But I think we're better as people, like, as we get older, because you learn more. Who you are becomes more important than what you are. So it becomes a thing. And I think it's really important. I think as we get older, we're just better. Um, It's not selfish to express your needs or to draw a line that should never be crossed. Without boundaries, one is I already read that. The heart open. Yeah, I said that. The hard to say no opens up other opportunities to say yes. I'm very bad at saying no. Very bad at saying no. It is not easy for me to say no. But when you say no to some things, you get the opportunity to say yes to other things. Other things that are important to you, and they can actually help you, that you'll value personally. And it shows when you say no once in a while, it shows others that you're aware of your own self-worth. They're not going to be able to bamboozle you into doing something that is far beyond what they should be asking you. They're going to look at you and go, oh, okay. Oh, she knows that this is like something that only she can do. And no, I'm not offering anything in return. And I'm totally taking advantage of whatever this person is, I'm asking them to do. And they just called me out on it by saying no. Okay, so I can't do that again. They learn to respect you because they learn that you respect yourself. Nobody's going to respect you if you don't respect yourself. And that's just like they don't treat you in a dignified way if you don't act with dignity. It shows a refusal to compromise on issues regarding your sense of self-worth, self-respect, and your mental emotional health. You show that you're not willing to compromise yourself for somebody else's benefit, just for shits and giggles because they want you to. No, you show that you're important. You're just as important as everybody else, and you want them to recognize that. They help others in learning what expectations and limits are for you. And they give them info that they can examine and use in determining relationships or situations if they're worth pursuing. You've all met those people who ask for too much too soon, and we call them red flags, right? Boundaries help you to find those red flags early. Because boundaries, they're not set in stone. You can move your boundaries as relationships progress. You could have a starting point and a baseline, and here's the very furthest I'm willing to go. You don't have to tell them that there is a whole football field between your boundaries that you don't exactly know where they're playing, what line they're playing on yet. You don't know if they're more toward the 50-yard line, if they're more toward the goalpost. You're figuring that out, but you don't have to share that information. That could be something just You never really want to tell people exactly what they can get away with you. Like, I'm of the old school, give somebody enough rope to hang themselves with. They're either going to hang themselves or jump rope. I prefer if they jump rope. If they hang themselves, well, at least we found out early. Because I don't want to waste any more time on that. But that's what my mother's husband's always walking around outside. Whatever. But that's definitely something that you can use. Some people may decide a relationship isn't for them based on what they can or can't get from interactions with another person. It's not always based on manipulations. Sometimes it's just knowing how committed or compatible you both are. You can reduce toxic relationships and wasting time in fruitless or damaging situations. Traumas tend to create triggers, and boundaries can pave a path for circumventing pointless emotional drama, leading to more balanced experiences. So if you know something bothers you and you will not participate in something that involves that kind of trigger, what you're telling everybody is, listen, I know it's going to trigger me. Either we don't do it as a whole, or you guys go and do it, and I'm just going to, pass on this one because I really don't need to be upset. And that shows a very distinct personal strength for you. It shows a great amount of self-awareness and a willingness to communicate what you need and to the benefit of everybody, because they're not going to have a good time if you're a fucking basket case. If you're not being helpful, then what's the point? Personal boundaries are also helpful in creating a life where your priorities are clearly defined, minimizing the chances of burnout and self-neglect. Self-care even in just taking some time to recharge or decompress, here you go, Ellie, is essential in maintaining good personal health on many, many levels. Boundaries allow you to approach life in a consistently confident way as you minimize situations that have the potential to trigger fear, trauma, giving you more solid ideas of what you are or will be dealing with. No landmines to avoid when you clean the field before the game. Boundaries are not to be used as a power play tool to control relationships, but to help form relationships that are based more on mutual respect and trust and truth. Yeah, I don't like when people are like, I'm not doing it because they want to like manipulate the situation so they're always ahead. Like they're always like above you and they want to control everything. So they set all these boundaries. That's a different kind of relationship. That's a different kind of boundary setting, and that's not healthy. Uh, Lady said, ow, 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 ow. That's not what she said. That's what my hand said. Ow, sorry guys, I'm getting a fucking cramp. Oh my god. I don't talk to anyone I went to high school with unless someone dies. Said, but no, it's true. I'm in the same boat. Not in a mean way, because we all friends on Facebook, but not in real life. Yeah, there are people I don't mind getting a text from once in a while, but I don't want to have coffee with you. I don't I don't want to share a meal with you. You stay over there. Stay over there. Like, oh, you want to go hang out? Yeah, maybe not today. Like maybe not tomorrow or next year, in 10 years or ever, because I spent enough time with you in life. Thank you. You're lucky I accepted your friend request. Like, that's why I got rid of my Facebook. I only have the Talking Trash and Truth one. I don't talk to high school people, even if there's a reunion, no fake book. But I'm not saying that you have to talk to them, but you've seen these people who just cannot move forward. They still look like they looked, and they're still rocking the same fucking hairstyle. They're still wearing the same kind of clothes. And they're still like talking like they're 18. Like they have grown kids who like are more emotionally mature than they are. It's weird the way people stick to that kind of stuff. They just can't let it go. I'm not talking about like people with like nostalgia or whatever. Like, yeah, okay, I still, like I still do my hair, I still do my makeup a little bit like that. You still changed over the years. There are people who don't. Like they just don't. They will only like have like they'll only eat juicy fruit gum and shit like that. Weird things that they hang on to. I have more in common with my college friends than my high school friends. My college friends have young children, and my high school friends, some of them are grandparents. Well, my college friends were, lesbians. So no, I mean, I still talk to her, but the kid thing, that's not something that we have in common. We have everything else in common. But yeah, my high school friends and my college friends, I don't know. People are friends with me. I'm not necessarily an active friend with them. I'm not an enemy. I'm not a friend, but I'm not involved. Like I just the communication is very, very minimized. And I'm good with that. I am good with that. My hubby and I deleted our Facebook account. Oh wait. There was a time when I got motherfucker. I hate when this jumps ahead. Last said there was a time I got Facebook when I was in esthetician school to network. I couldn't say the word, honey. And since my new life, when I married my husband, I don't put too much on Facebook and nothing in the past 4 years. Good for you. My hubby and I deleted our Facebook accounts when we got married. This is Ellie. No regrets. When Facebook was only for school networking, it was great. Then they went public. It's true. Last said I posted the minimum about my new set of twins, enough so family and friends knew I was having another set of twins as to not bother me. I'm only telling you this on Facebook so you leave me the fuck alone. Like, I'm telling you, I'm having twins. That should tell you my life is going to be hectic. That means don't call me. Don't look for me. Don't bother. I totally get you, girl. But Facebook is the devil. You had twins too? Yeah, but your twins are nuts. Is that what you're talking about, Lefty? Twin nuts? I bet. I bet. Um, or you had what? You have the Devilment twins? Uh, it threw me all up. I forgot what the fuck I was saying. God damn it. Anyway, nope. You have a. Oh, you actually have twins? Well, I don't know because you come out with some weird shit. So I figured you were talking about I don't know your eggplant or the sack of potatoes with it. Whatever. You had twins. Lass had twins. I am a twin. Uh, Twins are awesome, but that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. And as far as I'm concerned, last Facebook, any social media, it's pretty much the devil when it comes to relationships because there people out there just have nothing better to do than to cause problems. And it's always, oh, I'll just reach out and say hi. Like, you remember me? Yes, he remembers you, and I remember you, and I'm about to stab you in the neck because now I know where you live. So keep talking, though. Keep talking. Like, yeah, no, I'm not a fan of the whole connect on social media thing. I try to avoid people as much as possible on social media. Snipperoonie. Lots of truth in these last two streams. Unfortunately, it's not giving me much hope for my situation. I wish I'd heard this in December. Live and learn. Honey, there's always hope. Always hope. Nothing is insurmountable. Nothing is insurmountable. Hey, MJ. Purple Jesus. Lefty way too much. Stop it. Jesus, I have boy, girl, and girl, boy twin. Yeah, Lefty, she's got two sets of twins. One set is what, 18 years old? Or no, old? No, 18 years old, right? And then she's got the little ones, the kindergarten age. I know Lass is a powerhouse. She is. All my girls, you all inspire me. I'm just my eggs are dead. I have farinated eggs. Boundaries create relationships where balance and reciprocity reign rather than coercion, manipulation, and dependency. Attempts by others to push your boundaries should be met with honesty and a non negotiable attitude that clearly tells them that you will not be badgered and budged on your personal principles, or you will not deny your own needs to make situations, quote unquote, easier for other people. I fucking hate that when they're like, you would make my life so much easier. That's not my job. My job is to make my life work. Your job is to make your life work. I am not affecting you at all unless you put your nose in my stuff. So go take care of your own shit. Like, that's it. I am not your fixer. If somebody values you, the need to match your idea of what you value. Wait, I can't read my own writing. If someone values you, they need to match your idea of what your value is, or there will be conflict, resentment, and disappointment. This is where my hand started to shake really bad, guys. I'm sorry. And that can destroy even the strongest connection. When somebody tries to get you to compromise your values for them and you do it, you'll never forget that you did that for that person, and they can never make up for that. So you want to be really, really careful when it comes to compromising your principles and values for somebody else. It's not about the wants, it's about the beliefs. Like, if you have a very defined boundary and you compromise that just to make somebody else happy, and they're not going to ever do that for you, you'll be aware of that almost instantly after it happens. And that's going to cause friction. That's going to create a divide. And that's what ruins relationships. So by sticking to your boundaries, you not only empower yourself with boundaries, but you empower those around you because one, it lets them know exactly where they stand with you. Two, it defines expectations. Three, inspires them to be um, clearer about their own boundaries so that harmful situations that breed strife, stress, and discord don't happen as often. And it gives you the ability to recognize that life is hard and pain is unavoidable, but there's potential for change and growth in those experiences. If you use the challenges that crop up to build resilience, and you use the resources for the future, that's the hallmark of a strong person. Somebody who takes the situation and makes it their bitch, learns from it, deals with it, and doesn't move on until it's resolved. That's somebody that's dependable in life. That's somebody who values themselves, who really believes in themselves. If you understand that suffering has a purpose and that suffering has a function, then you're way ahead of the game because you learn to make the most of every situation. You see the silver lining. You see the lesson in the situation, and it helps to make you better. It helps to make people around you better. Um, don't minimize how your actions or decisions in life affect others either. Like setting examples, like you living as a role model for other people, you don't have to announce it. You could just live that way. People will pick up on that. Somebody who is struggling in an area and maybe they can't talk about it or they can't bring themselves to talk about it, if they recognize that you're going through something similar and they see you act a certain way, it opens the doorway for them to follow that type of behavior and to gain strength themselves. Things that they would not normally do because they've somehow convinced themselves that they don't have the fortitude to do it. They're not smart enough to do it. I can't do it. Like, you might actually move somebody out of a victimhood mentality just by showing them the strength in yourself in everyday living. Living by example, like by setting examples for other people, that's not an ego thing. That's just something you should do on the daily because you want to be a positive force in the world. In challenging times, strong people admit to the reality of situations. They embrace those situations. Even no matter how difficult the situation might be, they're still going to like wrap their arms around it, make it theirs. They're like, no, this is mine. I'm going to deal with it. I might need a little help. You know, they accept that everything is temporary. Problems are temporary. With the right solution, that might never happen again. You might eradicate any possibility of that problem ever cropping up again. If you don't handle it, it's definitely going to get bigger. It's definitely going to be a problem down the line. But if you try to do your best to resolve it and then really look for the source of the problem and face the reality of it with everything you've got, change your view so that you look at this problem and go, you know what? This is not something that's going to defeat me. This is something that's just going to make me better. It's going to make me stronger. It's going to make me more experienced, more knowledgeable. And everybody's going to benefit from that because everybody around you is going to benefit from a better you. So you're not being selfish by taking time to focus on a problem that needs to be resolved. What you're doing is you're just creating a better you, and that you is going to, affect your environment and everybody in your environment. So it's not selfish. It's actually an act of mercy to the people around you because they're getting to see you go through this and they can resign it, like they'll assign it, I should say, to different parts of their own life and go, oh my God, that I'm going through that part. I'm going through that. Oh my God, she gets it. She's doing this. He's doing that. Oh my God, he was talking about this. But really, I mean, he's saying it about this, but it kind of translates and I could apply it to this. But these are things that maybe your brain is not coming up with, or it's like something that you thought but kind of discarded because you didn't know how to apply the information. But watching somebody else go through it in an honest, forthright way, like you're able to say, "Oh my God, I didn't think of that." Or I thought of that, but I didn't know how I would do it. But now, oh my God, I have an idea. Like by being stronger and being more present and able to tackle things that you really don't want to, by making that a consistent part of what you do and who you are, you're helping other people to do the same thing. You're giving them avenues that they didn't know existed, that they could go down and better their life. And that starts a whole chain reaction because the same way the bad stuff spreads out, the good stuff can too. I mean, I don't want to sound like a whole little like Pollyanna or whatever, even though Christine swears I am. But when you switch focus, like you change the perspective for you and for everybody else, and you change it from like say pain to purpose, what you're doing is you're taking a lot of the anxiety and despair out of that situation and you're giving it an infusion of possibility. You're throwing your hope into that and saying, you know what, my hope is going to work for me. It's going to work for me. I will not accept anything else. And it doesn't matter how many times you trip and fall or whatever, you keep picking yourself up, you grab onto that hope and you keep going until you have mastered it, until you have solved that problem. It takes a lot. I know I'm asking for a lot, but the fact that it's going to help you and help everybody around you and then everybody around them and then everybody around them, that's so worth that little bit of extra effort because that's the future that you can create yourself. Or you could, oh, poor me, and change nothing, and then everything goes to shit. So your life is shit. You are now miserable. Guess what? Misery loves company. You'll be surrounding yourself with people who are in the same situation, so or worse, so that you feel better. Oh, my situation's not as bad because look at what they're going through. And that creates a very negative environment. And that cannot be sustained. To have that much negativity around you, it eats away at you till you're nothing. And that's when you hit like that pit of despair. Because you have people around you who aren't interested in making things better. They're interested in wallowing. And they're interested in you wallowing with them. And they create a community of misery. And it's not a good place to be. It's really not. And by facing reality and really just being the type of person other people strive to be, even in little ways, like you're creating such a difference in the world. Look at what you guys have done for me. There was no, I don't know, astronomical feat of like accomplishment that you did to heal me. You were just there. You were there and you were compassionate and you were attentive and not destructive. You weren't mocking. You didn't make me feel ashamed. You know, you said, yeah, you know, you didn't accept everything I said. You pushed back. When I was down on myself, you were no. Like it was very you talk about yourself like that. Because that's not how we see you. And that was a viewpoint I didn't have. All I could see was what I could see. I needed to see me from your eyes. And that made a world of difference. Now, what I did asking you to, you know, be open with me like that, that takes courage. What you did facing like the reality of me being right in front of you, even though you might have been uncomfortable saying things that you didn't know how I was going to take them, you still said them anyway. But you said them with really good intentions. We could not have moved forward all this time if you hadn't done that. Now, were they huge friggin' gestures? No, they were little things here and there. that made a world of difference to me. And it made a difference to you guys too, because you found a place where you could openly voice what you're thinking without the fear of getting banned or getting a timeout or whatever. Like, there were not going to be any repercussions. There was going to be a discussion, but it was never going to be punitive. There was never going to be a negative to it. So that's one of the things that this has helped make me stronger. I hope it has helped to make you guys stronger, because I think we have this back and forth flow of ideas. Like, the open dialogue helps us to really expand our perspective. I see things from other people's perspectives now that I didn't even know were possible, to be quite honest, because I live in my little itty bitty world. And like, sometimes you guys say things and I'm like, oh, holy shit, that's possible. Is that really a thing? Like, is that shit real? Really? Tell me more. Yeah, and I love that. I love that you guys, you live such different and yet such parallel lives. Like, you're all so very, very different from me. And yet, when we talk, it's like, oh, we have this in common. We have that in common. We have that in common. We have that in common. You wouldn't think that you'd have an Ohioan, a Tennessean, a Texan, a Jersey girl, some Europeans, like a whole, like, like a whole smorgasbord of different personality types from different areas come together and be like, you know what? We all get along really well. Why? Because we have a lot more in common than we have different. And it doesn't matter what our nationalities are. It doesn't matter what color we are. When you come here, the only thing I see is who you are, your heart, your mind, your soul, what you're willing to give here, what you're willing to get out of it. And I try to bring that to you as well, because that's what's important. It's the person, not the past, not the ancestry. Like, that's important to that individual, yes, but should it be important to us as a group in what we can accomplish? No, not really. It can be a factor, but not a deciding one. It doesn't ostracize anybody. It doesn't include anybody. It doesn't factor in. You're here because you have heart and soul. You're here because you're good people who want to be better, who want to know better people, and who constantly want to experience the journey, because it not only benefits them to watch somebody else progress, it helps them and gives them hope to progress as well. I tell you guys all the time, I couldn't have done this without you. And I'm not talking about the channel. I'm talking, I probably would have made a stupid decision if it wasn't for you guys. If I didn't have Win and I didn't have you guys, I don't know what I'd do. I'd be stuck inside my own head, and that is a scary place to be. Whew. I'd like to do just one fucking thing where I don't cry. That'd be great. That should not have made me cry. That was a sentimental cry, not a sad cry. Because I just appreciate you guys so much. I really do. I wish you knew. I wish you knew what you've meant to me over the last year and a half. My old, wait, I lost my place. God damn it. Yeah, both unplanned. Last. Listen, all children are unplanned by everybody except God. I don't care how much you do IVF. I don't care. No. If God says no, it's no. So every pregnancy is always going to be a surprise. I don't give a shit if you watched the damn thing in a petri dish. Nope. Still only up to God. Ellie Fun said, my dad's a twin, double trouble. Listen, what if I'm the good one? What would she be like? Jesus. We already know that clairvoyant was like, she's aggressive. No shit. Really? There's a reason I literally woke up from being dead and just wanted to fight everybody. So I would say there's a difference. My oldest said will be 19 years old tomorrow. Oh my goodness, tomorrow. Happy birthday, twins. Give them squidges for me, which means bear hugs. And my youngest are 5 years old. Yes. Oh, I didn't know that their birthdays are tomorrow. That's so awesome. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. You. How do you sing a birthday song to twins? Happy birthday to you and you. 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 I know I made 3 at one point. Well, you never know. There's always time. Unless you're like cut and everything, you might have triplets someday. We know. Here's where a lady's cursing me. Fuck you, triplets. Oh man. Having twins, that is. Why did I say that like Green Acres? Green Acres. Uh-huh. All this all of a sudden I want to do IVF and have multiples. Ellie, nah, no, you don't. Can you imagine? I could be the next Octomom except less nuts. I'm sorry, but the less nuts comment. Because I'm picturing the pregnant, quote unquote, dude. That I was like, really? Like, how does that work? Oh, gonna have a C-section. Yeah, it's great. Since you have a nice little C-section scar right above your fucking dick and nutsack. It's great. I don't know why my mind went there. Let's not question it. But that's where it went. FYI, parents of multiples have a high rate of divorce. Yes, they do. Same, the parents of special needs kids, very high rate of divorce. Very, very high rate. Hey, MJ, how you doing? Damn it, last don't ruin my dream. My husband wanted 12 kids, so did I. When we married in our mid-30s, I got to catch up. You're going to have to spit them out like 5, 6 at a time. Jeez. I just had a problem that I conquered. Bra crumbs. There you go. That was the other day. My mother made more fucking brittle. She made almond honey brittle this time. And I took a bite of like this big piece that she gave me and it just crumbled. And unfortunately, I had been leaning over the sink because I had a feeling it was going to like, be crummy. Like not bad, but like crummy. And so I was eating it over the sink so that I wouldn't have to clean up the countertop. And it all went down right into my, I was like, God damn it. Cause I didn't pull my shirt back. So it went straight into my sports bra. And I was like, really? So I was like, all right, let me go. Like, cause my mother's husband was there. I didn't want to like, take my bra and like shake it out in front of him. So I was like, let me go in the room and do this. And of course, my mother's like, wait, before you go do that. So she's giving me like this whole list of shit to do. And I'm like, all right. So I forgot that I had all these crumbs in my bra. And I sit down and I'm talking to Winning. And this is hours later. And we're talking, and I'm sitting there going, oh my God, why does it feel like something's stabbing me? And I was like, oh my God. I was like, if this is a fucking cat hair, like, because sometimes Boo, his hair like makes me very itchy, but sometimes it almost feels like it's like a pinprick. Like it's stabby because he's got like very coarse hair. To me, nobody else seems to notice it, but it bothers me. And so I figured it was a cat hair. So I looked and I was like, oh, you idiot. The crumbs were still there, but the heat from my body had melted them into like one long, like just like icicle piece, like a brittle icicle laying across like the band of my bra. And when I moved, it literally it cut me. It stabbed into the underside of my boot. And I was like, oh my God. Like it hurt. And I was like, see, I was like, what? And it's my mother's fault. I own the fact that I stabbed myself in the boob with a almond brittle sickle. Spear, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But I still blame my mother. Fuck her. But yeah, so I know there was a lot of information, but it was fucking funny. Because I could have just shook them out and been fine, but no, she had to fucking waylay me, and I got all distracted, and I wound up with a toothpick of brittle doom. Like, heart and soul. Oh, what that song? Give me a little bit of heart and soul. Give a little bit of love to grow. Yep, I remember that song. Don't you make me beg for more. This time I need to know a little bit of heart and soul. Yeah, I remember that one. Then there was the other one. What was the one that they played in big? Dun, 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 dun. That's heart and soul too. The one that they played on the big piano with their feet. A cacophony of personalities getting along and helping each other. I just thought it. Well, because I mean, if you guys, I've seen y'all in other chats. Some of you can get vicious. And you come here and it's just like, I could just like have a cup of coffee, relax, just be me. You guys are funnier when you're just being yourselves. Like it's amazing because you have amazing personalities. I see you in other chats and I'm like, damn. And I know you see me. I'm way more like not debaucherous, but I tend to give the people what they expect. They expect me to be more vulgar or more sexual driven in other chats. Like they don't expect the emotion, they don't expect any of that. They want me to be funny and whatever. So it's all right, put on the tap shoes and ba-da. Like I give the people what they want. But that's why I don't talk in chats a lot because it's really draining for me to always have to put on an act to give them, the bullshit version of me that I don't like. This is me. This is me all the time. Ask Winning. This is just how I am. I'm just one long stream of consciousness. But when I go into other people's chats, I feel like I have to give them what they're expecting. And sometimes it's really, really more energy than I have to give. So I go and I hit the like and I feel bad because they don't even know that I'm there. But I'll hit the like and I'll share it on, X or whatever. But I never say anything. Because it's just like, no, I don't have the will to engage today. I can't people today. I can't. Because people expect me to be a certain way. You guys come here and I don't expect you to be a certain way. I don't think anybody else expects anybody to be a certain way. You just are who you are. It doesn't matter if you're a little broken. It doesn't matter if you're sad. It doesn't matter if you're happy. You're welcome regardless. And if you're sad, we're going to turn that around. If you let us. If you're, in a situation that you don't know how to deal with, talk about it. We're going to help out if we can. If you just want to laugh, you're going to crack a joke like Captain Kern. He comes in and he knows that, it tends to be heavy type material. So he comes in with the jokes he knows are going to make me laugh. Because when I laugh, y'all laugh. Because you're laughing at me, literally. And that's fine. But and I enjoy that. I'll make you laugh however the fuck I can. It doesn't really matter. But I like that you guys come here and you're just you. I appreciate that. I appreciate the realness that you guys bring. You bring, and this is what I mean when I say lead by example, regardless of any of your personality quirks or whatever that you might not be comfortable with, you bring them here. And you're authentically your true authentic self. And when you do that, it keeps me going to be more authentic every time, to lower that wall a little bit, to not be so standoffish, because even though like I'm giving you everything I got, there's still that little barrier. It might be made of saran wrap. I don't really give a fuck, but it's still there. And I don't think that's ever going to fully go away. I think it's more of a like a, the retractable awning. Like every once in a while I can roll it back, and then if the sun gets a little too bright, whoop, like I'm in the shade again. That's something that I do. But you guys come here and you encourage me to be me. You make me feel like my voice isn't being dismissed, that you're enjoying what I have to say, that you're enjoying talking to me, you're enjoying hanging out. That means a lot to me. It really does. Wolfram said, "We love you too." So you know I love you. You guys know I do. I literally end every single one of Winnings things with "I love y'all," because I do. I love that you're here. I love that you're there, and I'm just comfortable with you guys. Like and it's not a stagnating comfort, because new people are always coming in and I always have to adjust a little bit. But I'm like, "Oh, you're new. I hope that you're having a good time. I hope that you like it here. I hope you're comfortable enough to be yourself like everybody else." Because that's what I wanted. I wanted a place where people felt safe to be themselves. Not a safe place, because fuck that. But I wanted people to just be themselves. Just come here and share what's in your head. And if somebody disagrees, we can talk about it. We're not going to fight about it. We're not going to be assholes about it. We're going to talk about it, because we're fucking grown. This is not the place to be childish. I don't want people to be mean to each other here. Yeah, and you guys, you hold up your end of the bargain every time. So I hope I bring it for you the same way you always bring it for me. Heidi said, "We love you, hon. By the way, I come from a family of women who are criers, happy, sad, fresh." I was never a crier though. I got hit if I cried, so I just learned not to cry. And then with this fucking shot, like I don't know what the hell happened, but I was all over the place. And I'm so full of emotion that I feel now that I have all the apathy. Ironically, I turned off my apathy and I opened myself up to feel the emotions that I was suppressing before. So now there's so much for me to catch up with. I don't realize that all those emotions are at surface level, just waiting for their turn. And as I address them, that's how I express almost the backlog of emotion, the explosion of, like I said, once that dam breaks, I'm afraid once I open the valve and let that dam break, I'm never gonna be able to close it again. I've always been afraid of that, which is why I always avoided talking about emotional stuff. I didn't talk about Katie or her illness till 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. I couldn't talk about it. I couldn't. My throat would close up because it was just too painful. It was too much, and I had to keep going. I had to stay strong for her, so I had to push everything down. I couldn't talk about it because if I talked about it, that meant that I had to literally like embrace that, and ain't nobody got time for that. Oh, I haven't played this in forever. Where is it? Oh. Look, I did a little Horseshack thing.
Nobody got time for that. Nobody got time for that. Nobody got time for that. Said, "Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire." Said, "Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire."
Love that one. Ah, fucking Winning. Oh, he makes all this shit for me. Oh my goodness. I want something that's like really uplifting. So you know what? fucking clip. Oh Lord. All right. Heidi said we love you on. And by the way, okay, we read that one. I love you guys too. You know that. Happy birthday to your twins, lady. That's coming from Heidi and from me, from all of us. Is the life for me. Thanks, y'all, for the birthday wishes. Are you going to have a party for that? Oh, I hope you're going to have a party. They outgrew parties. Nobody outgrows parties, woman. Nobody outgrows parties. Please. They just change. Snipperoonie said sticky boobs. No, they weren't sticky. The brittle piece of the little pieces of candy, like because of the, my skin temperature and the fact that it was in my bra, like literally they had migrated to like the underboob, but they were in the crease of the bra, like in the bra band. And so it formed like this little stabby thing that was, I don't know, it was like maybe 2.5, 3 inches. Like it was big. Apparently it was a lot of crumbs. But yeah, no, so it stabbed me. And I forgot to tell Winnie. And I meant to, and then I forgot. But if he's listening now, he'll figure it out. But yeah, no. And he would have just given me shit about, why are you stabbing yourself in the tits for? Like, what's going on? I didn't know you were into that. I'm not into that. I'm so sad now. Oh no, they'll do something. The one from Big is what I was talking about. Oh, there you go. After 4 years of piano practice, the only thing I could play. I could play chopsticks. I could play Malaguena, which I hate. I hate that fucking song. Oh no, you see me in the chat. I see you everywhere, Heidi. Everywhere. I see everybody everywhere. You have no idea how many chats I am in throughout the day and night. See, I am a information gatherer. I like to listen to other people's streams. I just don't like to participate sometimes because it gets to be too much. And then if I start talking in chat, then I miss what's going on panel because I usually have winning in my ear to begin with. So it's just like, ugh. So it's just a lot. But I'm always there for my peoples. They just don't know it. Not laughing at you. Your laugh is contagious because it's genuine. I do laugh a lot. I love to laugh. There's nothing better in this world than laughing. And if I can laugh at you and get you to do it too, bonus. It's bonus. And not in a mocking way, but I think we should be able to laugh at ourselves. If you can't laugh at yourself, then you take life way too seriously. And you wind up like my mother. They stopped having parties at like 10. Aw, the school wouldn't allow invitations, to hand out at school unless you invited the whole class. And because it's twins, they can't be in the same class. Oh, hell no. Two classrooms worth of, nope. And not for nothing, but that whole twin can't be in the same class thing, that's some bullshit. I've had so many sets of twins in my kindergarten. It's ridiculous. One year, I literally had 4 sets of twins in the same class. You know what a freaky kind of weird, like, psychic thing that was? Because these are kids I would literally sit there and watch them just like they mirrored each other without any kind of communication. Like they'd even have their backs to one of them, be doing the exact same thing. And I'm like, holy crap. Like you could really see the connections, the mental and emotional connections between these kids who are moving independently without each other in sight and yet doing the exact same thing. It was fascinating. That was the best year. I had the best year, but freaky. I wasn't inviting 2 classrooms of kids to a party. That's when you have a picnic and you say it's just cake. Just bring your present. It's just cake. We're going to run around. Look, there's a soccer field. There's a soccer ball. Go nuts. Also, how games. How'd I get 2.5 minutes behind? I don't know. How far behind am I? I am less than 10 minutes behind. Suck it. I did really well today. Really, really well. Granted, it's a 5-hour fucking stream, but I did really well today. Kudos to me. Pat on my back because the other day bothered me. Me and their dad divorced when they were 9, so no family parties either. Yeah, I feel you there. You're like, oh, I hope this motherfucker don't show up. See, it's hard because on one hand you're like, oh, I really want the kids to have their dad around or whatever, and then on the other hand you're like, today is a very tense, high energy day, and I just don't have the energy to spare for that motherfucker. Like, don't I really wish he wouldn't show up. And then they show up, and you're just like, and you count down the minutes. Like, when are you leaving? How long are you gonna be here? I feel you, girl. One of Miguel's friends called me up on Katie's birthday, and it was her second birthday. No, her third birthday. And he said, hey, Mitch. And I was like, what? He said, can my boy see his daughter? I was like, first of all, who told him he couldn't? Oh, well, you said what I say. I never said nothing. My door is always open. The fact that they choose to push the little, oh, she doesn't want me to see the kid. That I never said that. You tell me when I said that. No, that's still your kid. You want to come see your kid? Come see your kid. Oh, but you're dating. That has nothing to do with it. That's your kid. If you want to be a father, don't be I'm going to play once a month and be a father or once a year. No, you come and be a consistent fucking father. Otherwise, get the fuck out. That's how I view it. Either be here or be gone. Because I don't like that one fucking toe in the door bullshit. That's not helping your kid. That's confusing them. And it's pissing me off. Those are two things you want to avoid. Like, yeah, no, I got triggered. Woo. All right. I once invited a class of church kids to a birthday party for my son. People just dropped off and left me with their brats. Yep, that's how they do it. I was like, oh my God, thank God hubby, my mom, and another parent were there. I hate when parents do that. They're like, I'll be back in like 2 hours. No, bitch, you're staying. I'm not babysitting your kid. This is a party the adults have to stay. Like, And then you always have that parent that's like, oh, I forgot to tell you beforehand, but they're allergic to da-da-da-da. So basically they can't eat anything that's here and I have nothing to give them. So thanks for not warning me. And so I hated having kids parties. Hated them. I would just send shit to school and be like, here you go. Just have the party at school. I want nothing to do with it. It was mostly Rice Krispie treats and cupcakes. There you go. Nut free, peanut free, gluten free. There you go. Taste free. There you go. And then at home, it was ice cream cake with me and, the kids, my mother, my aunts. That was it. But we had a good time. We played games, watched movies. I had family parties with both my mom and dad, even if they were separate. Oh, I didn't. Thank God. That would have been World War fucking 12, 13, 14, 15. Any year, whatever age I was, that would have been the World War. When they lived with me, I would bake them cakes and dinner for each. Oh, and they would take turns who picked on the actual day. That's cute. I had to have in the parenting plan only contact was through USPS and email. There you go. So we had nothing to do with each since the divorce a decade ago. Good for you. My older twins currently live with their dad. Wow, now I'm 3 minutes behind. I don't know what I'd do if my kids decided to live with their fathers. Part of me wants to find out, though. I'm not gonna lie. Katie, you feel like going to Florida for a little while? She'd be like, no. Because they both know their dads, and they're both like, yeah, my dad's an asshole. I got nothing to tell them that's going to counter that. Nothing. I sold the idea that their fathers loved them and that they were just busy working their entire lives. Once they grew up and were like, he wasn't working, he's an asshole. Like, you discovered that shit on your own. I had nothing to do with that. Nobody could ever turn around and say, "Oh, well, her mother said," and his mother said that, da, da, da. He thinks that about his father because of his mother. No, he thinks that about his father because he has eyes and ears and he observed. Like I was the one rah for the fucker, but I can't create better fathers. I could just create opportunities for you to be one. Again, triggered. Wow, now I'm 3 minutes behind. How does that happen? Tech hates me. That happened to me all day yesterday. Now you see why I couldn't have 60 plus kids. Hell no, not for a minute. No cake, not even a sucker. Right? Kindergarten, they could be in the same classroom, but not in first grade in the state of Tennessee. That sucks. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, Hoboken, we didn't have, if we had that rule, we ignored it, which is typical of Hoboken. My parents separated when I was 10. We lived with my mom and saw my dad every other weekend. Every other holiday and every other summer break. Birthdays, I got 2 parties because my parents hated each other. I got 2 birthday parties, 2 Easters, 2 Christmases. I get that. I do. Yeah, I had the same up until I was almost 10. But I would have rather just had the one. If my father would have just fucked off, everything would have been great. It's like the night that we left him and he almost got hit by the truck. I'm like, oh God, I wish he would have got run over. And I don't wish evil on anybody, but I mean, he's already dead now. So wishing it doesn't really seem to matter because he's dead. Ellie said, I'm also the oldest of 7. So I got to have double holidays and birthdays with my siblings and step siblings. That's nice. That's nice. Heidi said, lucky you. That is nice. It is. I was the only one till I was, 15? The only child in the family. I didn't even have any cousins, like close cousins. I had cousins, but they lived far away. But I didn't have any first cousins. They were all like second and third cousins. I don't count my father's side of the family because I didn't talk to them. I couldn't. My stepdad and his ex-wife did almost the same parenting plan as my mom and dad. So all 9 of us every other weekend. Wow, it was loud. Yeah. I mean, Fredo used to go get his kids, or then eventually his kids were just living in the house. But I mean, we had Freddie, Elizabeth, Camilla, Jose, Jeremy, and Jennifer, and me. That's 7 children, all under the age of 15, ranging from literally diapers to 15, all together, all the time, in a little 2-bedroom apartment with 2 adults who were not quiet themselves. And then, Puerto Ricans, the whole family would come over. So brother would come over, bring his wife, bring his 2 kids, 3 kids, 4 kids. Like, it was, my house was always packed. It was always so loud. So loud. And then I'd go to my grandmother's house and it's literally my grandmother and me, and that's it. In an entire house. Three fucking stories. Just us. Absolutely quiet except for whatever the hell she had on the TV. And it was usually a cooking show. So it's like, oh, okay, this is different. I would walk in the house, I'd be sitting at the kitchen table, and all of a sudden, because it was so quiet, I would fall asleep at the table. She'd be like, am I boring you? Do this crossword with me. Yeah, that's going to wake me up. Thanks, Graham. Oh, it's so funny. My dad and his ex-wife did almost, my kids only ever have one birthday party. I was the one who did the parties, not their father. Yeah. My kids, their fathers never did shit for them. They would just show up at my house. That was it. They just expected I'd have everything. And not with the present. God help you if you show up with a fucking present. Oh, what did I buy them? What do you mean, what did you buy them? Well, you got them something from me, right? Yeah. Yeah. But the nerve of you to assume that I bought them a present from you. Well, it's from both. No. They know what I bought them. But there's a little fucking thing over there with your goddamn name on it for them that they haven't seen yet. I always bought them something mysterious, from their dads, because I didn't want them to feel left out. I didn't want them to think that they were forgotten. But I'll be damned, I wasn't putting my name on it. And it was never anything big or whatever. Like I'm over here buying a goddamn Switch with all the freaking little accoutrement that comes with it. You have to get the skin for this and this adapter and blah, 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 and there's a stand here and a screen here and blah, blah, blah. I'm spending all this money. I'm not letting you piggyback on some I worked my ass off to afford. Oh, what dad? No, dad gave you that. Oh, look, it's a stress ball. It's a fidget spinner. It's whatever, but it's a cool one. So it was like just a step above the normal, like one that you would buy or whatever. But it wasn't going to cost me more than $10-20 because fuck you. And I know you're not paying me back. So it's like, mm-mm. So yeah, that they feel, well, what I get them? I guess you're going to be as surprised as they are. Ha ha ha. You can't tell me. I don't want them to be like, oh, thanks for it. And I don't know what I got them. Oh, well, then you should have brought them something yourself. For next time. They never learn their lesson. Never. Extend chat for T3. Nope. I miss my dad right now. I wish I could get a hug from him. Yeah, I do too. I do too, honey. Dads give the best hugs. They really do. The parenting plan called for alternating holidays, but their dad rarely showed up. There you go. You said he was on call. He's a funeral director. So if someone died, he would have to leave. So better off they stayed. Why would he have to leave if they died? Why not just hire somebody to let them in? Because it's not like they're going anywhere. It's not like they're going to get fresher. Just put them in the damn drawer and go to the fucking party. I hate people that make excuses. Oh, but work. Dude, are you saving lives? Yours literally was not saving lives. He was literally just there for like the aftermath of a life. His kids should have taken precedent. I know it's not my business, but I hate people like that. That they always have an excuse. Oh, I'm working. Oh, I hurt my back. Oh, oh, money's kind of tight. Oh, if you could fuck you, I ain't lending you money. Like, I'm sorry. Where were you? Like, you want me to spend money on you so you can come visit your kid that I take care of, that I set the whole party up for, so you can walk in and be God for 2 hours. And then I'm supposed to just hand that to you and be gracious about it. Really? And I'm supposed to pay for it. Oh, so many different ways you can go fuck yourself. Like, I can't. No. Hugs at Ellie Fun. I hear you. There are days lately that I miss my bio dad, but grateful for bonus dad. Yeah, I loved my bonus dad so much more than I cared about my own bio dad. Fuck the bio dad. He's an asshole. And they're all gone. He was the somebody that had to be there. In the state of Tennessee, funeral director has to be on site to remove a body from a home. Oh, dear God. Wouldn't it be? Let me be quiet, because I would have been like, you know what? 5 minutes of you being there is better than you not being there at all. Because at least you bothered to show up. You told them that you think they're worth it. But you not showing up because there might be a dead body at some point, it shows you exactly where they fall on your list of priorities, you fucker. I'm sorry, Les. It's not my building. It's not my building. It's not my business. But it's just having been there myself, I know how hurtful it is to those kids. A lot of them, they don't like to show it, but I mean, I'm big on observing, and I could see, where it would bother them. Even if it doesn't bother them in that moment, later on, it bothers them. Get fresher, like more riper. The smell of embalming fluid, just saying. I know. I mean, I'm defending the son of a bitch, but to one of my sisters who's a nurse, and they said old people go to Florida to stop. That was the funniest thing, because it literally shifted up while I was reading, and I just kept reading. So I went from ladies to Ellie's and lost a whole bunch of shit in between. But that was funny to put together. I mean, I'm defending the son of a bitch, but he definitely used that as an excuse when he wasn't even on call. Oh, yeah. And I know you're defending him because for your kids. I get that. I do. I get that. But You can't say it, but I can't. Fuck him. Like, just fuck him in the ear, fuck him with a cactus covered in chili oil. There you go. My mom and stepdad are both on death's door. Oh, honey. They chose to move out of state close to one of my sisters who's a nurse, and they said, oh, people go to Florida to die. Oh, my goodness. I did. I combined the two chats because StreamYards decided to jump. Whatever they learn for themselves, they live with him now. Yeah, I know. Yes, to hell with him. Yes. I'm on board with that sentiment. I am on board with that sentiment. All right. It is 5:00. I have to go have dinner, or I have to go make dinner. I'm not entirely sure because I don't smell anything cooking. So that's never a good thing. Anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for talking for the last 5 hours with me. I hope you got something out of it because I really do believe that the stronger you are as a person, the better the influence you are on everything and everyone around you. And it's okay to be weak, but everybody has strength inside them, and finding that strength and recognizing it and leaning into it, that's the important part. You're allowed to be weak from time to time. You know, you're allowed to have weaknesses. Just know how to counter them. Know how to go up against them. I'm glad you enjoyed it, lady. I know that you like to hear my voice when you're busy doing stuff. So I'm glad you were here. Hard shit happens. You got this. Absolutely. Absolutely. We all have reservoirs of strength that we don't know about until we need them. And it's up to you to make the most of them. And I believe you guys do. You guys, you're the strongest group I know. Every single one of you, including you, Snipperoni. Like, you don't get to be all down on yourself. Not around here. You get to feel what you feel and take it in that you're appreciated. You are. You are appreciated and you're welcomed, and that means good things for you. Good things about you. I don't have any complaints about you yet. Trust me, if I had a complaint, you'd know it. No hair grows on my tongue. So I will wish you all a wonderful night. Hopefully, now it's Thursday, I will see you in Winnings Chat if you stop by. As for that, I will see you myself next week or do a pop-up. It depends on my mood and how I'm feeling. You know, when I feel a certain type of way, I'll do a pop-up stream. But we shall see. I don't like to step on other people's toes or time frames. So anyway, take care of each other. Take care of yourselves. Be careful out there. I love you, and I will see you in the funny papers. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud, we'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
Be